Chapter 732. The torrent of sword chi went against the flow and rushed directly in the direction of Kaguya. The torrent of sword chi directly wrapped around Kaguya's body like a long river, and the dense sword chi directly wrapped Kaguya's body tightly in it. Quality and quantity have always been difficult to coexist. Xianxia condensed a large amount of sword chi and internal strength to form a small sword, and this huge amount of sword chi torrent naturally had a certain difference. The larger the number, the weaker the power contained in the individual. After Xianxia had confirmed that he had enveloped Kaguya in the cage formed by the torrent of sword chi, Xianxia also passed a look to Uchiha Sasuke, who was preparing on the side. Sasuke immediately understood and condensed his dojutsu, chakra, and the 6 paths of yin in his body into his eyes. A flame was condensing in Sasuke's eyes. Rikudo Mangekyo Dojutsu, Amaterasu. Originally, the Amaterasu flame only used chakra and dojutsu as its own fuel. At this moment, there was a powerful force called the 6 paths of yin in it. The higher the level of the burning energy, the greater the power of the Amaterasu flame itself. At this moment, the Amaterasu flame burned with eternal Mangekyo Dojutsu, 6 Tomo, Rinnegan Dojutsu, chakra, and the 6 paths of yin as fuel. At this moment, it also had a powerful force enough to hurt Kaguya. The torrent of sword chi displayed by Xianxia formed a cage that wrapped Kaguya in it, and the Rikudo Mangekyo Dojutsu, Amaterasu launched by Uchiha Sasuke, made up for the possible loopholes in the torrent of sword chi, tightly imprisoning Kaguya in it. The real killing move was the tailed beast Otama Rasengan created by Naruto using the 9-tailed beast chakra, Senjutsu, and the 6 paths of Yang's power. The 9-tailed beast Otama Rasengan containing the chakra nature of the 9-tailed beasts were directly suspended in the air under Naruto's control. They were directly connected like planets around the cage, formed by the torrent of sword chi and the Amaterasu flame. The 9-tailed beast Otama Rasengan didn't directly attack Kaguya, who was imprisoned by the torrent of sword chi and the Amaterasu flame. Instead, they floated in the air, constantly revolving around Kaguya, releasing their aura wantonly. Shikaku, Nakomida, Isabu, Sun Wukong, King Mu, Rhino Inu, Halcyon, Ox Demon, and Kurama. I don't know if you can hear me, but if you can hear me, please work hard to resist. Now, not only are your lives and your consciousness in danger of extinction, but more importantly, even if your consciousness and your life are destroyed, your remaining energy will still be controlled by others, and all of this energy will be used to destroy countless lives. Naruto looked at Kaguya, who was surrounded by the torrent of sword chi, the Amaterasu flame, and the 9-tailed beast chakra, and loudly called out the names of the 9-tailed beasts. The aura of the tailed beast Otama Rasengan was also deliberately released by Naruto. Kaguya, who was wrapped in the torrent of sword chi, naturally also felt the aura of the 9-tailed beasts released by Naruto's Otama Rasengan. Naruto's words were naturally heard by Kaguya. Oh, stupid. It's just a group of chakra. Because of the ability of yin-yang release, it got the so-called body and consciousness. Now that it has returned to the body of the Jubi, the useless consciousness and body have been wiped out at this moment. Azura, do you think that by just relying on your so-called shouting, you can make such energy regain consciousness? Don't be so naive. Although Kaguya was wrapped in the torrent of sword chi, Kaguya's voice still came out of the cage formed by the torrent of sword chi and the Amaterasu flame. Kaguya's voice did not directly prevent Naruto from continuing to shout, and Naruto's voice still continued to drill into Kaguya's ears. Listening to Naruto's shouting, Kaguya, who was a little panicked because he was imprisoned, was completely eliminated at this moment. Kaguya thought that Naruto, Sasuke, Xianxia, and Watergate would do something threatening after imprisoning him, but just such a useless shout really made Kaguya feel useless. Listening to Uzumaki Naruto's hoarse shouting, Otsutsuki Kaguya's heart was filled with endless ridicule. At that time, the more he listened to Uzumaki Naruto's voice, Kagaya's face began to gradually change. At this moment, in Kagaya's body, it was obvious that 9 different kinds of chakra slowly condensed into a chakra ball, and the chakra ball was swimming in Kagaya's body. Although Kagaya's physical fitness is extremely strong, the various kinds of chakra condensed into a chakra ball, or the power of frost or flame burned Kagaya's meridians, and the damage and pain from the inside of his body was thousands of times stronger than the pain on the surface of his body. Dash! In the end, Kagaya still couldn't bear the powerful pain from his body, and a shrill cry like a cuckoo crying blood directly rushed out of the sword chi cage formed by the torrent of sword chi. Hearing Kagaya's almost shrill cry, whether it was Naruto, Sasuke, or Xianxia, their faces relaxed a bit. In the plan of the 4 people, the only uncontrollable factor is whether Naruto can awaken the will of the 9-tailed beasts with his own strength. Although Naruto has been saying that he can use the Bijou chakra in his body to summon the will of the 9-tailed beasts in Kagaya's body. But Naruto can only vaguely sense it. Whether it is Sasuke, Watergate, Xianxia, or even Naruto himself, they're very uncertain about this kind of sensing. In fact, in the plan of the 4 people, there's also a second plan to implement if it is difficult to awaken the will of the tailed beasts. However, perhaps it was luck, or the Bijou itself wasn't completely absorbed by Otsutsuki Kagaya. Naruto awakened the 9 Bijou's will again, which directly crippled Otsutsuki Kagaya's ability. Chapter 733. Otsutsuki Kagaya's chakra riot, which was beyond his expectation, directly appeared in his body. Otsutsuki Kagaya's own powerful strength itself comes from the almost endless chakra in his body and his physique far beyond that of ordinary people. Now the chakra in his body that belonged to the 9-tailed beasts suddenly rioted, almost simultaneously affecting Kagaya's own 2 major advantages and suppressing Kagaya's own strength, reducing the strength gap between Kagaya and Naruto, Sasuke, Watergate, and Xianxia, giving the 4 people a greater possibility of winning. After Xianxia and Sasuke looked at each other, the 2 directly removed their control of the sword chi cage and the Amaterasu flame. The sword chi cage and the Amaterasu flame lost their energy supply and gradually disappeared in the air. Kagaya, who was originally in the cage built by the sword chi cage and the Amaterasu flame, lost his shackles at this moment. Not only did he not directly jump out like a trapped dragon, but he directly fell from the sky as if he had lost his support. Kagaya himself had the ability to float in the air almost instinctively, but at this moment, Kagaya fell directly to the ground like a feather falling from the sky. His painful and mournful scream echoed in everyone's ears, but no one had the slightest pity in their hearts. Since they have already stood on the opposite side of each other, forgiveness is the most irresponsible way of doing things. What they should do now is to do their best to exert their most powerful strength and completely defeat Otsutsuki Kagaya without any room for resistance. Minato, who had not moved and disappeared, suddenly appeared above Otsutsuki Kagaya. In the first sword energy sword that Xianxia released towards Otsutsuki Kagaya before, it actually contained Minato's chakra. After Otsutsuki Kagaya directly stretched out his hand and shattered such a sword energy sword, it was actually equivalent to Minato's flying thunder god imprint on his body that doesn't have a long time. After coming to the side of Kagaya, who was constantly falling from the air, Watergate did not use any ninjutsu, but used chakra to greatly increase his physical strength. One of his hands turned into a hand blade, and a huge force was contained in it. Watergate directly chopped his own hand blade toward Kagaya's neck. Whether it's an ordinary ninja or Otsutsuki Kagaya, the ancestor of chakra, although their destructive power, resistance to ninjutsu, and other aspects are different, but ninjas are at a relative disadvantage when it comes to tempering their body because of their excessive pursuit of attack power. At this moment, because of the chakra in his body, Kagaya's control of his body has naturally been reduced to an extremely weak level. Now Kagaya watched Watergate attack him like this. Even if Kagaya has tried his best to adjust his body so that he can avoid Watergate's attack, but after all, he is not as flexible as Watergate. The hand blade containing a huge force directly chopped on Kagaya's neck. "You bastard! How dare you attack my mother?" Although Black Zetsu complained about Kagaya's previous reprimand, the trivial complaint can't offset Black Zetsu's almost instinctive loyalty to Kagaya. Seeing his mother being directly attacked by Watergate, Black Zetsu's consciousness seems to have fallen into a coma. This situation naturally made Black Zetsu unable to continue to sit down and directly rushed out of Kagaya's sleeve. His black body has been completely distorted at this moment, like a black tentacle rushing directly towards Watergate's body. Since Nangong, Zhe, and the others can cooperate so closely, they can directly stun Kagaya. Then this strange existence hidden in Kagaya's sleeve will naturally not be ignored by Nangong, Zhe, and the others. Watergate looked at Black Zetsu, rushing towards him, and immediately took out a scroll from his arms. When discussing the content of the battle just now, everyone was quite helpless when mentioning Black Zetsu, but they can't directly destroy Black Zetsu. But they can also directly use a seal to seal Black Zetsu. Watergate extracted a part of Naruto's chakra with the characteristics of the Uzumaki clan and injected it into a scroll he carried with him. With his own will as the brush and Naruto's chakra as the ink, Watergate directly drew a temporary seal with the characteristics of the 4-symbol seal and the 8-trigram seal on the scroll. Watergate saw the trajectory of Black Zetsu's attack and directly pulled the scroll in his hand. The open scroll in Watergate's hand was constantly dancing like a ribbon. The scroll was constantly dancing. Watergate also hoped to touch a part of Black Zetsu's body with the movement of the scroll. As long as he can touch Black Zetsu's body, the seal engraved in the scroll by Watergate will directly exert its power and seal Black Zetsu in it. Although Black Zetsu knows that Watergate wants to use the scroll in his hand to deal with him, but at this moment, in order to protect his mother, he can't retreat at all. Therefore, Black Zetsu can only directly attack Watergate despite knowing that there is danger in front of him. Most of Black Zetsu's efforts have been spent on planning various plans over the years, and naturally, he has less time to hone his strength. Moreover, Black Zetsu himself is different from ordinary humans. The chakra in his body and his physical strength are weaker than ordinary people, so compared to Watergate, Black Zetsu's strength is still much weaker. After several deliberate moves by Watergate, Black Zetsu's body was directly touched by the scroll in Watergate's hand. At the moment when the scroll touched Black Zetsu's body, the text in the scroll in Watergate's hand was constantly surging as if it was alive. The chakra that Naruto poured into the scroll was directly stimulated, and the chakra, with the characteristics of Uzumaki, directly condensed into a thick chakra chain under the stimulation of the sealing technique. This is the sealing technique that only Uzumaki clansmen can use, King Kong Seal. Watergate is the husband of Uzumaki Shina Kushina. Although he himself doesn't have the special chakra of Uzumaki clan, he has also learned how to use the King Kong Seal. At this moment, with the help of Naruto's chakra and sealing technique, he can display such a powerful ninjutsu that is close to Kekkei Genkai. Chapter 734. Layers of King Kong chains directly wrapped around Black Zetsu's body, directly wrapping Black Zetsu's twisted body tightly. Even if Black Zetsu constantly changed his posture, those King Kong chains were still tightly wrapped around Black Zetsu like maggots and tarsal bones, unable to move at all. No dash. No dash. No dash. Black Zetsu could clearly feel that his body was constantly being invaded by chakra in the King Kong chains, and his body was constantly being controlled. Even if Black Zetsu struggled with all his strength, he still couldn't break free from the shackles of the King Kong chains. Black Zetsu's body was constantly pulled into the seal scroll, and his body turned into black characters, which were directly sealed in the scroll. Black Zetsu's cry, full of fear and struggle, came to an abrupt end at the moment when Black Zetsu was completely sealed in the scroll. After seeing that Black Zetsu was completely absorbed into the seal scroll, Watergate also quickly closed the scroll directly. After all, this seal scroll was not a carefully made scroll with long-term effect. The seal text on it was very fragile. Once it was destroyed, its effect would be eliminated. Seeing Otsutsuki Kagaya's last barrier, Black Zetsu was directly sealed. Naruto and Sasuke, who had been preparing on the side, also began to act at this moment. Mobilizing the 6 paths of yin and yang power in their bodies to the extreme, Naruto and Sasuke represented the 2 extremes of yin and yang power in the world at this moment. They repelled each other, but also attracted each other. An indescribably powerful fluctuation spread directly between Naruto and Sasuke. At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke directly rose from the ground as if they had escaped from gravity. Naruto and Sasuke directly hit their fists on the left and right sides of Otsutsuki Kagaya. The 6 paths of yin and yang power in their bodies invaded Otsutsuki Kagaya's body almost instantaneously. After the 6 paths of yang power released by Naruto entered Otsutsuki Kagaya's body, it immediately pulled the yin attribute chakra out of Otsutsuki Kagaya's body. The yin power released by Sasuke pulled all the yang attribute chakra out of Otsutsuki Kagaya's body. The power in Otsutsuki Kagaya's body was undoubtedly huge. The yin and yang power released by Naruto and Sasuke was actually equivalent to opening a dam in Otsutsuki Kagaya's body, which was almost leakless body, so that Otsutsuki Kagaya's dam, which stored a large amount of chakra, directly broke at this moment. With a little guidance of their yin and yang power, they directly pulled all the huge chakra out of Otsutsuki Kagaya's body. After a large number of chakra was pulled into the air, it began to evolve into a variety of strange scenes. But the most amazing thing was that a large number of yin and yang chakra automatically gathered together at this moment, forming a huge unknown Buddha statue. Red gold and blue purple formed such a huge Buddha statue. The position of Naruto and Sasuke just corresponded to the tightly closed hands of the Buddha statue, and Otsutsuki Kagaya just happened to be in the hands of Naruto and Sasuke. Rikudo Chibaku Tensei. Although Naruto and Sasuke didn't discuss it in advance, they said the name of this move in unison. These chakra extracted from Otsutsuki Kagaya's body were directly controlled by the yin and yang power of 6 paths in Naruto and Sasuke's body, and attacked their original master, Otsutsuki Kagaya. The powerful squeezing force directly acted on Otsutsuki Kagaya's body, and a black sphere appeared uncontrollably inside Otsutsuki Kagaya's body at this moment. Unlike the black of truth-seeking ball that swallowed light, the black sphere that appeared in Otsutsuki Kagaya's body at this moment was closer to a pure black. The yin and yang power of 6 paths in Naruto and Sasuke's body turned into a thin film on this black sphere, so that this black sphere would not be swallowed by Otsutsuki Kagaya, and it could continue to play its role. The black sphere was naturally the core of Chibaku Tensei's gravity. Because of the yin and yang power of 6 paths, the gravity undoubtedly became stronger, and all the gravity was emitted from Otsutsuki Kagaya's body. So naturally, Otsutsuki Kagaya had no room to escape. Perceiving that the black sphere had already played its power, Naruto and Sasuke also quickly took Xianxia and Watergate out of the attack range of Rikudo Tensei to prevent themselves from being affected. Huge pieces of stone, soil, trees, and many other debris that were absorbed by Xianxia's group were attracted by the powerful gravity of Otsutsuki Kagaya's body and constantly gathered on Otsutsuki Kagaya's body. These stones, soil, trees, and debris themselves were very ordinary substances, but at this moment, the huge Buddha statue in the air was constantly extracting its own power and injecting it into these existences, increasing their strength and making them difficult to destroy. Stones, soil, trees, and debris wrapped Otsutsuki Kagaya layer by layer. Although the number of layers of wrapping increased, the huge Buddha statue in the air also became fainter and fainter. When the Buddha statue's shadow had faded to a certain extent, the attraction of Rikudo Tensei to other existences seemed to be deliberately suppressed and became extremely weak. At this moment, The huge, dual-colored Buddha statue seemed to have its own consciousness. It took a deep look at the huge sphere in front of it with pity and many indescribable emotions in its eyes. It opened its palms and held it under the sphere formed by the 6 paths, Chibaku Tensei. With just a gentle push, the sphere flew directly into the air, passing through the space barrier of the origin sphere. The huge sphere came to the real world, and on the way, it seemed to be constantly absorbing all kinds of substances, and its body size became bigger and bigger. After thousands of years of planning and hatred, at this moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya was sealed again as an ending. It was quite emotional to talk about it. Perhaps if Otsutsuki Kagaya wasn't so powerful and didn't swallow the chakra fruit, with Otsutsuki Kagaya's deep love for his child, he could have a simple, happy, and beautiful life. He didn't have to experience betrayal, and he didn't have to be directly submerged in the torrent of history. But there are no ifs. Everything that has happened can't be changed, and the only thing that can be changed is the unknown future. And the ones who create the future are Naruto, Watergate, Sasuke, and Nangongjia, who are standing on the battlefield at this moment. Chapter 735. Among the 4 of them, perhaps only Naruto didn't quite understand the current situation. He had been looking at his father, Watergate, and Nangongjia and Sasuke with a slightly puzzled look. Although Naruto wasn't so proficient in politics, Naruto wasn't a fool either. At this moment, although the atmosphere between Watergate and Nangongjia was obscure, Naruto could still fully recognize it. Watergate looked at Nangongjia. Although his expression was serious, his face still maintained a gentle expression as he said to Nangongjia, "Nangong-sama, thank you for standing up for the survival of the shinobi world and fighting for the entire shinobi world. In this war, whether it is our 5 great shinobi villages or your Bloodcloak Pavilion, we have suffered great casualties. After our 5 great shinobi villages have reorganized, we will invite you to join us for a post-war meeting to discuss a charter to make up for our losses." Watergate's words were sincere, and it can be regarded as giving up part of the 5 great shinobi villages' detached attitude towards the entire shinobi world. Originally, this meeting would only take place between the 5 great shinobi villages, but Watergate actually began to invite Nangongjia to join. This was undoubtedly telling Nangongjia that the 5 great shinobi villages have recognized that the Bloodcloak Pavilion is already a powerful force on par with them. As long as you're willing to take a step back now, then the Bloodcloak Pavilion will become the 6th force in the shinobi world, and together with the 5 great shinobi villages, they will control the entire shinobi world. Is such a condition tempting? Of course, it is very tempting. If all the conditions mentioned by Watergate can really be achieved, then Nangongjia will definitely agree to Watergate's proposal. But can Watergate's words really become a reality? Redistributing the huge cake that has already been divided and letting the 5 great ninja villages dig out a part of the cake that has already been swallowed and give it to others to eat. How could such a thing be discussed in a meeting like the so-called Minato Shinobi? And from the perspective of the 5 great shinobi villages, the Bloodcloak Pavilion's participation in the war is actually after the 5 great shinobi villages have suffered a lot of losses and withstood part of the Akatsuki's attack. To a certain extent, such participation is also taking advantage of the 5 great shinobi villages. The 5 great shinobi villages will not tolerate such a force trying to take advantage of their own interests. In the end, wealth is tempting. Interests make people's hearts are hard to settle. It is too difficult to make the 5 great shinobi villages give up. Unless Nangongjia can show his own powerful strength that the 5 great shinobi villages can't resist, and let the 5 great shinobi villages understand that dividing the benefits is a suitable choice, so that they can swallow the benefits that are in their mouths. 4th Sama, the 4 shinobi. Do you think shinobi tea? I can believe you, because your character is well known. But I'm not only myself, I'm also the head of the Bloodcloak Pavilion. I believe that I'm only putting myself at risk, but as the head of the Bloodcloak Pavilion, I believe that you are putting all the members of the Blood Cloak Pavilion on a scale. Your character and credibility can make one person, two people, or even 10 or 20 people willing to risk their lives to believe in you. But do you think that your credibility is more precious than the lives of hundreds of people? Nangong's words were actually very harsh. Watergate, who was standing opposite to Nangongja, heard Nangong's words and his heart sank. He was indeed talking to Nangongja based on Nangong's understanding of his character. But now Nangongja didn't represent his own interests, but the interests of the entire Blood Cloak Pavilion. If it was Watergate himself, he also wouldn't put such important interests on one person's character. Is this battle between us really unavoidable? Watergate looked at Nangong, just standing opposite him, with an indescribable expression. Whether from a public or private point of view, Watergate didn't want the 5 great shinobi villages to have to fight with the Blood Cloak Pavilion again after the battle with Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Bito, and Otsutsuki Kagaya. The 5 great shinobi villages really couldn't afford such a loss. But as Nangongja just said, Watergate was also very clear that if the Blood Cloak Pavilion really wanted to be on par with the 5 great shinobi villages, they must show their muscles well and let the 5 great shinobi villages understand the power of the Blood Cloak Pavilion. Otherwise, even if the Blood Cloak Pavilion could really win a part of the benefits with his help, in the end, this piece of meat in their mouths may be directly pulled out of their mouths. It's not us, but the Blood Cloak Pavilion and this old world have to fight. Otherwise, the Blood Cloak Pavilion will have no room to survive. What does war mean? The most eye-catching thing is the flow of blood and the loss of life. Although Nangongja has experienced large and small wars, and the lives in his hands are more than hundreds of thousands, but with the increase of age and the accumulation of experience, Nangongja more and more hoped that he could solve the problem as much as possible through some more gentle means. However, the world will not change because of one person's will, and the reality still forced Nangongja to take the lives of people over and over again. Now, Nangongja still has to fight. Because Nangongja is the head of the Blood Cloak Pavilion, Nangongja has to fight for the future of the Blood Cloak Pavilion. Sasuke, let's go. After Sasuke heard Nangongja's words, the 6 Tomo Rinnegan in his eyes quickly rotated, directly creating a passage connecting the origin sphere and the real world. Nangongja took out a blood-colored jade pendant from his bosom. He clenched his fist and shattered the jade pendant. A blood-colored light shot up into the sky from the jade pendant's fragments. When the Bloodcloth Pavilion disciples who were still able to move on the battlefield saw the light beam, they all took the injured Bloodcloth Pavilion disciples who could not move on their own and left in a certain direction as if they had planned this beforehand. Sasuke also left with Nangongja. Naruto stood beside Watergate and watched Nangongja and Sasuke leave together. Originally, Naruto wanted to rush forward and directly ask Sasuke and his uncle Nangong why they had to fight. However, he was stopped by Watergate. When the blood in his head subsided a little, Naruto also understood that there was no way to persuade his father or uncle. He could only watch them lead their men to fight. He was clearly a savior who had just saved the entire world, but now he was still so powerless. Chapter 736. Naruto could only helplessly watch everything happen in front of him. He thought that as long as he defeated Otsutsuki Kagaya, there would be no more wars in the ninja world. But now it seems that Naruto thought too much, because as long as a person's heart still has selfish desires, then the war will never end. Is it really impossible for people to understand each other, and can only achieve their goals by harming each other through war? Naruto couldn't find the answer, and could only be held by his father, Watergate Namikaze, to use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to leave the defense of heaven that was about to collapse. After leaving the Heaven's defense space, Nangongju and Sasuke immediately headed directly to the previously scheduled location without stopping. When Nangongju and Sasuke arrived at the designated location, the disciples of the Blood Robe Pavilion had also gathered. Seeing that nearly 1/3 of the Blood Robe Pavilion disciples had been reduced, Nangongju's eyes became uncontrollably wet. Nangongja didn't hide the sadness in his heart at the moment, but directly showed all his sadness. The disciples of the Blood-Robe Pavilion looked at their leader, who had always been serious and even a little bit cold at this moment, showing such emotions, and everyone's heart was also full of sadness. Looking at the disciples of the Blood-Robe Pavilion around him, Nangongja cupped his hands and saluted everyone, then said to the remaining disciples of the Blood-Robe Pavilion, "Everyone, I, Nangongja, have let you all down. If I had been stronger, I might have been able to end this war earlier and lessen our losses a little. Today, so many disciples of the Blood-Robe Pavilion have been reduced. It's really my fault. I'm really sorry, everyone." With that, Nangongja cupped his hands and bowed deeply to everyone. "You don't have to do this, leader. We all know that our sacrifice now is for the future. Leader, you don't have to blame yourself so much. Our dead brothers will never blame the leader. We all know that the leader has done a lot for us and has done a lot of things that he didn't want to do. We are sorry for the leader." Sasuke stood to the side, watching the various performances of Nangongja and the many disciples of the Blood-Robe Pavilion. His face was still cold as he watched from the side, as if he was coldly observing everyone. There was no doubt that Uchiha Sasuke was firmly on the side of Nangongja for various reasons. But it wasn't the Blood-Robe Pavilion that convinced Sasuke, but only Nangongja. Sasuke didn't have any feelings for the Blood-Robe Pavilion. Obviously, Nangongja was trying his best to win people's hearts before the war. Sasuke didn't have any rejection or resistance to this approach. He just watched Nangongja flexibly display various techniques. Although Sasuke didn't want to learn and use such techniques, Sasuke believed that he should understand such means. Otherwise, if he encountered such a situation in the future, he might not have the means to deal with it. After a few words from Nangongja, the remaining disciples of the Blood-Robe Pavilion also became excited and full of fighting spirit. Seeing that the morale of the disciples was high, Nangongja finally pulled out the sword hanging on his waist and directly inserted it into the ground in front of him. The power of nature, internal strength, and sword energy poured into the sword. These energies constantly impacted the space, connecting the passage between the ninja world and the Lion Clan's different space. There were some geniuses of the Blood-Robe Pavilion hidden in the Lion Clan's different space before the war, as well as some of their family members who had no fighting ability. There was also an elite team belonging to the Blood-Robe Pavilion, acting as the last force to protect the families of the disciples of the Blood-Robe Pavilion. Although it was only a small team, it was actually composed of the top fighters of the Blood-Robe Pavilion. When such a team was selected, none of the disciples of the Blood-Robe Pavilion fought for such a place that didn't directly participate in the war. Because at this moment, everyone broke out with an extremely strong sense of fairness. The 120 people in the team were recommended by many disciples of the Blood-Robe Pavilion, and they were powerful existences with great potential in the Blood-Robe Pavilion. Now, Nangongja opened the door, connecting the Lion Clan's different space to the ninja world in order to summon such a powerful backup force. He wanted to compete with the ninja coalition formed by the 5 major ninja villages, which had already been defeated by Uchiha Bido, Uchiha Madara, and Otsutsuki Kagaya. He wanted to win a place for internal strength cultivators in the ninja world. Nangongja's plan was basically clear to the high-level disciples of the Blood-Robe Pavilion, and some low-level disciples also knew a little about it. Nangongja wasn't worried that his plan would be intercepted by the 5 major ninja villages, because the Blood-Robe Pavilion was an organization that was too independent of the ninja world. Ninjas were existences who cultivated chakra, while the disciples of the Blood-Robe Pavilion cultivated internal strength. The two types of energy can be said to be fundamentally different. In order to climb to a high position in the Blood-Robe Pavilion, the most important condition was the level of internal strength. Such a request undoubtedly allowed the Blood Garment Pavilion to grasp all of its power tightly in its hands. Thousands of years of seclusion had not only filled the disciples of the Blood Garment Pavilion with an enterprising spirit, but also an extremely strong sense of exclusion. It was almost impossible to win over the high-level disciples of the Blood-Robe Pavilion. After seeing Nangong Zhou establish a space channel and summon them, the elite team of 120 people left the Lion Clan's different space and directly came to the ninja world. Supreme Sama, everyone, please rise. After seeing Nangong Zhou, all the members of the team directly knelt on the ground and saluted to Nangong Zhou. After Nangong Zhou returned the salute, the elite team of the Lion Clan's different space began to look around at the remaining disciples of the Blood-Robe Pavilion outside. Many of the members of the elite team looked at their surroundings with disappointment, sadness, and anger. Many of their family members and friends were left behind in the outside world. After all, it was impossible for everyone in a family to be strong enough to meet the requirements. When they saw that their families and friends were gone, everyone understood that they had sacrificed themselves. Everyone was ready to sacrifice themselves, but their families and friends left them like this, which was quite difficult for the disciples of the Blood-Robe Pavilion to accept. Chapter 737. While the Blood Garment Pavilion was preparing their troops and summoning all the forces they could muster, Shui Min naturally wouldn't just stand there and do nothing. Forcibly suppressing the fatigue after the fierce battle with Otsutsuki Kagaya, Watergate traced the marks left by Orochimaru and Tsunade and found the two who had not participated in the battle in the middle of the battle. They were more like bystanders. Orochimaru-sama, Tsunade-sama. Although he was already the supreme leader of Wood Leaf Village, the two people standing in front of him were his sensei, Jiraiya's teammates. So whether it was from the position of the Sannin or for his own seniority, Watergate was very respectful to address them as Sama. Even if Orochimaru was still a traitor of Wood Leaf Ninja Village. Yondaime-sama, you don't have to be so polite. I'm just a traitor of Wood Leaf. The crimes of that year will not be erased in any case. A traitor for a day, a traitor for a lifetime. Now I'm just a traitor of Wood Leaf. You don't have to be so polite to a traitor, do you? Orochimaru looked at Minato with a smile on his face, as if he was judging other people. He put a layer of sin on himself. Standing on the side, Tsunade looked at Orochimaru and Watergate, and suddenly felt that she didn't quite understand what was going on with them. As the granddaughter of Wood Leaf First Hokage and Second Hokage, although Tsunade was not fully exposed to politics, she had a certain understanding of some political tactics and means. Since Watergate directly addressed Orochimaru as Sama just now, it naturally represents Watergate's goodwill to Orochimaru. As long as Orochimaru can go with the flow, Watergate can use his own means to whitewash Orochimaru, and even take advantage of such an opportunity to push Orochimaru to a very high position. From then on, Orochimaru will no longer be a traitor of Wood Leaf in the ninja world, but the backbone of his own ninja village. After experiencing this period of time with Orochimaru, Tsunade could clearly sense that Orochimaru's previous madness and paranoia seemed to have weakened a lot, and his whole person became wise and farsighted. This kind of wise and calm Orochimaru was actually the original Orochimaru in Tsunade's impression. Tsunade wasn't very clear about what kind of thoughts Orochimaru had in his heart, but thinking about it from her perspective, Tsunade felt that Orochimaru was actually eager to return to Wood Leaf at this moment. But clearly now that there was a way down, why did Orochimaru himself want to tear down the steps that Watergate deliberately built for him? To himself? Seeing Orochimaru's actions, Tsunade was just about to stand up and explain Orochimaru's behavior to Watergate and fight for the opportunity for Orochimaru to return to Wood Leaf Village. But a figure came out of the cave where Orochimaru and Tsunade were hiding and put his hand on Tsunade's shoulder. Tsunade's personality was well known. In the entire ninja world, there was only one person who could put his hand on Tsunade's shoulder and not let her directly explode. That person was Yondaime Hokage, Watergate's master, Jiraiya. Seeing Jiraiya put his hand on her shoulder, Tsunade also instinctively looked at Jiraiya's face. The battle just now made Jiraiya's body extremely tired, but Jiraiya's eyes were not cloudy. Instead, they were somewhat bright. Jiraiya shook his head at Tsunade. Obviously, He wanted to stop Tsunade from saying anything more. If there was anyone in the world who understood Orochimaru, then this person must be Jiraiya. Although he wasn't very clear about what Orochimaru was thinking at this moment, Orochimaru definitely wouldn't say this just to argue with Watergate. After Watergate became Hokage, Jiraiya already knew that Watergate could no longer be the original cheerful, sunny, and extremely gentle Watergate. After all, apart from the benefits that power brought, it also brought with it tremendous pressure and erosion. Although Jiraiya wasn't very clear about Orochimaru's plan at this moment, Jiraiya could still guess Watergate's plan. After the battle with Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, and Otsutsuki Kagaya, the 5 major ninja villages suffered heavy losses, but relatively speaking, Wood Leaf Village's strength loss was not so great. Now that Orochimaru was in a state of communication, Watergate would naturally try his best to pull Orochimaru into his camp. A Kage-level powerhouse can be said to be a mainstay for a ninja village. Once an existence like Orochimaru with enough deterrence returns to Wood Leaf will have more initiative in the future situation. Watergate can forgive Orochimaru's past sins, and his behavior of bringing Orochimaru back to the ninja village under pressure will also make Orochimaru completely labeled as Hokage. As long as Watergate's ambition in his heart reaches the point where it's difficult to suppress, then Watergate can directly conquer the other 4 ninja villages with the powerful strength of Wood Leaf Village. After all, unlike the other ninja villages who almost came out of their nest, Wood Leaf Village still left a considerable number of ninja in their own ninja village as a reserve force. In any case, Orochimaru-sama, you have made a lot of contributions to Wood Leaf, but since ancient times, the flaws can't obscure the jade, and I should respect you enough. Since you insist on bearing the burden of your sins, I naturally won't say anything more. But what we need to do now is not to settle old accounts. The war is still not over. Watergate didn't want to entangle too much with Orochimaru. After all, his sensei and his wife were standing here at the moment, and with their relationship with Orochimaru, they will definitely do their best to bring Orochimaru back to Wood Leaf Village. Watergate said these words here at the moment to send a signal to his sensei and his wife. Now, that his sensei and his wife obviously understood what he wanted to express, Watergate naturally didn't need to entangle too much with such things, and directly said the real reason why he came here. Chapter 738. The war is not over yet. After hearing such news, Tsunade and Jiraiya's eyes were full of disbelief. The 5 great ninja villages united against the Akatsuki organization this time. Although they won now, each of them suffered heavy losses. Moreover, almost every leader of the 5 great shinobi villages has suffered different degrees of injuries. How crazy are they to directly disregard their own existence and continue the war that should have been over? Orochimaru stood on the side, and when he heard the news from Watergate, he still looked calm and even had a "I knew it" expression in the depths of his eyes. Although Orochimaru wasn't so clear about Sasuke and Nangong's plan, Orochimaru also carefully investigated the situation of internal force cultivators after discovering that Nangongja was an internal force cultivator who was very different from ordinary ninja. It was once glorious, and even at a certain time in history, internal force cultivators even surpassed the mainstream existence of ninja in the ninja world. As an internal force cultivator, when he understood that he had such a golden age, but now he could only curl up and hide in the corner of the ninja world, the unwillingness and ambition in his heart burst out and couldn't be suppressed. This is the human heart. So after hearing the news that the war was not over, Orochimaru immediately put such information on Nangongjo and Sasuke. On the other side, Watergate also told Tsunade and Jiraiya about his conversation with Nangongja after cooperating with Naruto and Sasuke to seal Otsutsuki Kagaya and some of his own predictions. It turned out that Nangongja and Sasuke led the Blood Cloak Pavilion to declare war on our 5 great ninja villages. Jiraiya didn't know why, but when he first heard that the war would continue, The anger in his heart almost accumulated to the limit. But after listening to the conversation between Watergate and Nangong, the anger in Jiraiya's heart involuntarily reduced a lot. Watergate and Nangong weren't wrong. What was wrong was their respective standpoints. As the head of the Blood-Robed Pavilion, Nangong was responsible for all the disciples in the Blood-Robed Pavilion. Watergate, as the Hokage of the Woodleaf Village, is responsible for the many ninjas in the entire Woodleaf Village. Their positions made it impossible for them to trust each other. Since they couldn't trust each other, they could only use the most primitive method, war, to fight for enough benefits for themselves. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Watergate, and Naruto stood there, and no one spoke. Just as everyone remained silent, three figures walked out of the cave. Tsunade, Gaara, and AI came out of the cave together. That's right. Although Orochimaru and Tsunade didn't participate in the battle for a long time, the two of them gathered all the people who were injured in the battle together for treatment. The power of the outer path that invaded the bodies of these three Kage because of the previous battle was also eliminated by the joint efforts of Orochimaru and Tsunade after the caster was defeated. Except for Inoki, who was seriously injured and needed some time to recuperate, the other three Kage's bodies were almost fine. Everyone, why are you in such low spirits? Looking at the silent five people, Tsunade looked at them and said, "Every ninja is ready to sacrifice when they become a ninja. Since the Blood-Robed Pavilion wants to fight with us, what's the harm in fighting again? As a ninja, we have never been afraid of fighting." Although Tsunade was a female ninja, she was born in the Blood Mist Village. In the Blood Mist era, Tsunade was already an outstanding existence among many young ninjas. When it comes to wisdom, even many male ninjas can't compare to Tsunade. After hearing the words of the fifth Mizukage, Gaara and AI, who were standing behind Tsunade, also nodded. Obviously, the three of them also reached a certain consensus after hearing the information provided by Watergate inside the cave. In that case, let's get rid of the ninjas who contacted their villages and gather again to prepare for the final battle. Looking at the three of them, Watergate cupped his hand and said to them. After hearing Watergate's words, the three of them didn't hesitate and directly went outside the cave. Each of them used their own means to order their ninjas to gather. After being ravaged by the ninjutsu released by many powerful ninjas, the originally flat plain has become bumpy at this moment. On this bumpy plain, broken bodies and streams of blood can be seen with the naked eye. The breeze brushed by, but it couldn't even bring a little bit of dust because all the dust has been stuck by the sticky blood. In the battlefield, there are obviously two groups of people. One group of people is dressed differently. The only thing they have in common is that they all wear a forehead protector with the word ninja written on it. The other group of people is neatly wearing white brocade robes with red embroidery patterns on the brocade robes to indicate the identity of this person. Watergate and Nangong were facing each other. Neither of them spoke, but they looked at each other silently. The two of them were not only looking at each other, but also counting the strength of each other's camp with the corner of their eyes. In Nangong's camp, including Uchiha Sasuke, 4 of 5 elements altar lords in addition to sharp metal altar, 120 elite members, and about 1,500 Bloodcloth Pavilion disciples stood behind Nangong. In the Ninja Allied Forces camp, there are Watergate, Tsunade, Gaara, and the three with Leaf Sannin Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, Uzumaki Naruto, and the remaining 2,000 ninjas of each ninja village. Relatively speaking, the number of the Bloodcloak Pavilion was smaller than the joint army composed of the 5 major ninja villages. But after all, the Bloodcloak Pavilion itself participated in the battle in the middle stage. The elite team of 120 people was directly hidden by Nangong in the Lion Clan space to preserve their strength. The Ninja Allied forces have been in a high-intensity battle since the beginning, and they have been tired to a point, and their combat power has also declined. Chapter 739. Although there was a certain gap in numbers, for various reasons, the ninja allied forces formed by the Bloodcloak Pavilion and the 5 major ninja villages had reached a stalemate. On the ninja allied forces side, there were several Kaga-level powerhouses, but these powerhouses were all injured. On the other hand, the 4-5 elements, Altar Lords of the Bloodcloak Pavilion, were not injured. Using the 4-5 elements, Altar Lords, who were comparable to Kage-level powerhouses, to resist the Sannin and the other 3 Kages, they could barely do it with the help of the Bloodcloak Pavilion's combined attack formation. As long as the disciples of the Bloodcloak Pavilion could defeat the allied forces led by Watergate and Naruto under the leadership of Nangongjou and Sasuke, then the Bloodcloak Pavilion would be able to reverse its status in the ninja world and become the world's mainstream existence. Although the current battlefield seemed to be a war started by Nangongjou and Watergate, in fact, everything was no longer under the control of Nangongjou and Watergate. Now, the problem between the internal cultivators and the ninjas was actually the problem between the classes. Ninjas occupied a large amount of wealth and cultivation resources in the ninja world, while the internal cultivators had power, but they didn't get a share of the benefits generated by the ninja world. Whether it was a ninja or an internal cultivator, the progress of their strength required money and resources. Now, in fact, everyone was protecting their own path and that of their juniors. There was no right or wrong, but they vowed not to give up. Kill. Looking at the ninja allied forces ninjas, Nangongjou finally gave the order to attack. Unless an inner force cultivator was able to cultivate sword chi, their attack range was relatively small. Basically, the range of an inner force cultivator's attack was determined by how far their weapon could attack. This was an innate disadvantage of internal cultivators. So when an internal cultivator faced a ninja, the first thing to do was to close the distance between himself and the ninja. With Nangongjou's order, the disciples of the Bloodcloak Pavilion also took out their respective weapons and rushed directly toward the ninja allied forces location. Although the ninja allied forces have been exhausted due to the previous battles, they have not lost their fighting ability. Seeing the disciples of the Blood-Robed Pavilion rushing towards them, the ninjutsu-type ninjas in the ninja allied forces also joined together to cast ninjutsu. Earth Escape, Earth Wall. After seeing the disciples of the Bloodcloth Pavilion rushing towards their side, the ninjutsu of the ninja allied forces reacted quickly. The Earth Release ninjas used their signature Earth Release ninjutsu, Earth Wall, to block the Bloodcloth Pavilion. After the previous battle, the ninjas from different ninja villages in the ninja allied forces also have a certain degree of tacit understanding at this moment. The earthen walls that these ninjas jointly cast weren't mechanically arranged in a row, but they were distributed in a disorderly manner between each other. The earthen walls together formed a maze-like blocking fortification. With these fortifications, they can completely block the charge of the Bloodcloak Pavilion disciples and divide the disciples of the Bloodcloak Pavilion to a certain extent, giving the ninja allied forces an opportunity to defeat the disciples of the Bloodcloak Pavilion one by one. Seeing such a maze formed by earthen walls appearing in front of their route, the 4-5 elements Altar Lords of the Bloodcloak Pavilion, Nangongjou and Sasuke, naturally knew that as long as they want to win, they must not rush into such a maze-like fortification according to the layout of the ninja allied forces and be defeated one by one. The 4-5 elements Altar Lords of the Bloodcloak Pavilion, Hutu, Aoki, Bishui, and Akame, rushed out of the Bloodcloak Pavilion camp. Each of them had different natures of internal strength, directly accumulating in the weapons in their hands. At this moment, the 4-5 elements Altar Lords were the sharpest sword of the Bloodcloak Pavilion, rushing towards the fortifications built by the ninja allied forces. Although Earthen Wall itself was a ninjutsu with good defensive power, in the face of the 4-5 elements Altar Lords of the Bloodcloak Pavilion, Earthen Wall's defensive power alone was not enough to stop them. Crutches, whips, katanas, and boxing gloves, for weapons with different styles, each showing the light of the 4 attributes of earth, wood, water, and fire. The thick earthen wall was not much different from paper in front of the 4 people. When the attacks hit the earthen wall was directly broken. Looking at the earthen wall being broken, the ninja allied forces did not show the slightest sign of panic. Ninja itself was a profession born for combat, and during combat, it was also the most suitable state for ninja. Although the earthen wall's best effect was naturally to divide the internal force cultivators of the Bloodcloak Pavilion and give the ninja allied forces a chance to break through one by one, it was now relying on such a ninjutsu to stop the Bloodcloak Pavilion's disciples from attacking, giving the ninja allied forces time to observe and react. In fact, it was not a total loss. The Bloodcloak Pavilion's disciples directly rushed in like a hot knife through butter. Although it did not affect the ninja allied forces' morale, the Bloodcloak Pavilion's disciples' morale directly became higher and higher under the leadership of the 4-5 Elements Altar Lords at this moment. War itself was a kind of competition between people's momentum. The side with high morale would definitely exert more power than the side with low morale or ordinary morale. In order to suppress the Bloodcloak Pavilion's disciples' morale, the ninja allied forces could not sit still and wait for death. Woodleaf Village's legendary Sanine also directly joined the battle. Before the battle, Xianxia had already analyzed the 4-5 Elements Altar Lord's general level of strength in the ninja allied forces, and he had specified a policy for the 4-5 Elements Altar Lords to contain at least 6 Kage-level ninjas. Now that they saw the Sanine directly joining the battle, the 4-5 Elements Altar Lords were not afraid at all and directly greeted them. Among the Sanine, Jiraiya had suffered a certain amount of injuries because of the previous battle. His current physical state could not even enter Sage mode, and he could only exert 40 to 50% of his strength at most. Tsunade herself was a ninja who mainly used taijutsu as a means of attack. In the face of the exquisite moves of the 4-5 Elements Altar Lords of the Bloodcloak Pavilion, her powerful monster strength could not exert its due power. Needless to say, Orochimaru had positioned himself in the position of an observer. Now, in the battle with the 4-5 Elements Altar Lords of the Bloodcloak Pavilion, he was basically in a state of inaction. Due to various reasons, the Sanine were directly suppressed in a disadvantageous position in the battle against the 4-5 Elements Altar Lords. Chapter 740. Even the 4-5 Elements Altar Lords didn't expect that such a battle would go so smoothly. The famous Sanine in the shinobi world, whether it's Orochimaru, Jiraiya, or Tsunade, at this moment, they were directly suppressed by the 5 Elements Altar Lords of the Bloodcloak Pavilion. Such a situation naturally made the disciples of the Bloodcloak Pavilion very excited. It turned out that the Bloodcloak Pavilion was not inferior to these famous forces in the shinobi world. Seeing that the situation was favorable to his side, Xianxia immediately struck while the iron was hot. He raised the Heaven's Disaster Sword in his hand high and said to the many disciples of the Bloodcloth Pavilion behind him, "Fellow disciples of the Bloodcloth Pavilion, we have been lurking in the ninja world for who knows how many years. Over the years, we have endured hardships and endured humiliation for what? The purpose of this was to allow inner force cultivators to walk openly in front of everyone, to be respected and respected by others, not to be ridiculed, saying that we internal strength cultivators are inferior to these ninjas." Xianxia's tone was a bit painful, and the slightly heavy tone directly triggered the grievances in the hearts of the disciples of the Bloodcloth Pavilion when they were still not famous and were looked down upon by others. Immediately afterward, Xianxia directly pointed the tip of the Heaven's Disaster Sword at Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, who were fighting with the 4-5 Elements Altar Lords of the Bloodcloth Pavilion, and then said to everyone, "But now let's take a look. The Sannin, who are known as the legends of the ninja world, are still suppressed by us internal strength cultivators. Are the ninjas really stronger than us?" Now, the facts have brought the answer to this question. That is, we internal strength cultivators do not lose to anyone. In this battle, we can only win, not lose. Hearing Xianxia's words, the disciples of the Bloodcloth Pavilion were also full of fighting spirit. We can only win, not lose. Let those short-sighted people in the ninja world understand that we internal strength cultivators are not weak. The disciples of the Blood-Cloaked Pavilion responded to Nangong's words and raised the weapons in their hands. Their eyes were filled with ferocious glints, as if they were ferocious beasts that had broken out of a cage. Seeing the Sannin being suppressed by the 4-5 elements altar lords, Watergate and the other 3 Kages became anxious. The gap in combat power is not big, but there is a huge gap in morale. If this continues, the ninja allied forces may really lose. The winner was king, and the loser was a bandit. This was an eternal truth. Once the Blood-Cloaked Pavilion really defeats the ninja allied forces formed by the 5 great ninja villages, then there is no doubt that the Blood-Cloaked Pavilion, as the gathering place of internal force cultivators, will become the core of the ninja world's power. Maybe even the name of the shinobi world will change. Every person who could occupy a high position would naturally have an indescribable sense of responsibility. And a very important part of this sense of responsibility is the protection of the inheritance. Ninja is a profession that has lasted for thousands of years. Although there have been ups and downs, and there are times when it is suppressed, but in the end, it will become the mainstream of the ninja world. But now standing in front of everyone, the Blood-Cloaked Pavilion is a profession with potential no less than the ninja. Once such a profession once again occupies the position of ninja in the ninja world, with the support of Nangongja, a rare dual genius of internal force and kendo in the world, it is enough to twist the internal force cultivators into a rope and gain a firm foothold in the ninja world. With the political talent that Nangongja has shown over the years and the layout of the Blood-Cloaked Pavilion in the ninja world, even if they don't directly encompass the entire ninja world in their hands, at least they can directly seize half of the ninja world and compete with the 5 great ninja villages. Such a situation will naturally greatly limit the development of ninja, and there will be one more big enemy for no reason. For ninja, it is already a matter of inheritance. Out of their responsibility and obligation, Terumi Mei, Gaara, and they also directly stood up and rushed in the direction of the 4-5 elements altar lords of the Blood-Cloaked Pavilion. But after all, in the previous battle, the 3 Kage have more or less suffered a certain degree of injury, and their strength can't be fully exerted. And although Terumi Mei, Gaara, and A are strong, there are certain problems in their cooperation with the Sannin. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, the 3 famous Sannin of the ninja world, naturally have an extremely exquisite cooperation between them. But when the 3 Kage also join the battle, even if their own combat awareness is excellent, it will affect the cooperation of the 3 Sannin to a certain extent. Although the 3 Kage joined, in fact, their combat power didn't soar to the limit, and it was still within the range of the 4-5 elements altar lords of the Blood-Cloaked Pavilion. The 6 Kage-level ninjas can't exert their strength to the extreme because of physical reasons, or because of personal reasons. They are maliciously holding back. Under this situation, they actually fought back and forth with the 4-5 elements altar lords, exchanging attack and defense, which looked very lively. The 4-5 elements altar lords of the Blood-Cloaked Pavilion and the 6 Kage-level ninjas of the ninja allied forces were fighting in a group at this moment, directly restraining each other, and there was no way to estimate the battle between the 2 armies on the battlefield. The ninjas of the ninja allied forces and the disciples of the Blood-Cloaked Pavilion also directly collided with each other under the leadership of Nangongja and Watergate. Soldier against soldier, general against general, Nangongja directly fought with Watergate. Sasuke and Naruto also directly collided with each other. Sasuke and Naruto constantly fought back and forth, but it was obvious that during the battle, Sasuke had been constantly attacking, and Naruto used various means to resolve Sasuke's attacks. It seemed that he had no desire to fight. While Naruto continued to resolve Sasuke's attacks, he also led Sasuke to the periphery of the battlefield. Not long ago, Sasuke and Naruto used their means to seal Otsutsuki Kagaya. Although he and Naruto didn't have the 6 paths of yin and yang power in their bodies, their life level was far beyond the average ninja and internal force cultivator. Only he could contain Naruto, so Sasuke didn't directly follow Naruto and left the center of the battlefield bit by bit. He wanted to see what Naruto wanted to do. However, Sasuke himself was also a person with a strong character. Even if Naruto said something, it was likely that the two would still solve the problem between them by force. Chapter 741. Naruto took Sasuke away from the battlefield step by step, while constantly defending against Sasuke's attacks. When Naruto and Sasuke were both out of the battlefield and some distance away from the battlefield, Naruto finally stopped his passive defense and began to take the initiative to attack Sasuke. When sealing Otsutsuki Kagaya before, although it seems that only the 6 paths of yin and yang power in Sasuke and Naruto's body were consumed, Sasuke and Naruto's physical strength and chakra also consumed a lot in order to activate the 6 paths of yin and yang power. Naturally, such consumption is not a serious problem when dealing with people who are weaker than themselves, but when Sasuke and Naruto, two people with similar strength, start to fight, the battle situation is extremely dragging. In order to give themselves a chance to win, Naruto and Sasuke used taijutsu most in the battle. Originally, Naruto was blindly defending, and Sasuke kept attacking. But suddenly, Naruto was no longer willing to defend, and directly faced Sasuke's attack and punched toward Sasuke's body. Although it didn't catch Sasuke off guard, it still made Sasuke hesitate. The two are equal in strength, and a little mistake will cause one side to fall directly into a disadvantage. Naruto took advantage of Sasuke's hesitation and directly launched a fierce attack. Naruto was not only passively defending just now, but he has been observing Sasuke's state in defense. He comprehensively analyzed Sasuke's body and chakra at this moment, and accumulated his strength to directly take down Sasuke in front of him so that he can listen to him. For Sasuke, his close friend and rival, Naruto knew him better than anyone else. For Naruto, Xianxia was just an uncle who watched him grow up and took care of his family. But for Sasuke, Xianxia was a close teacher and father. Naruto didn't know that Xianxia saved Sasuke's family, but it was enough to see how much Sasuke respected Xianxia from Sasuke's eyes. If he didn't directly control Sasuke, then Sasuke would definitely not listen to him. Naruto faced Sasuke's attack and punched Sasuke directly. A large number of Senjutsu chakra and Bijutsu chakra were released from Naruto's body, and under Naruto's control, they formed a chakra rope, directly wrapping Sasuke in it. One step ahead. Naruto relied on his own attack and decisiveness to directly control Sasuke at this moment. But after all, both Naruto and Sasuke were greatly exhausted because of the previous battle. Their physical strength and chakra were actually not enough to support a long battle between the two. At this moment, the rope formed by Bijutsu chakra and Senjutsu chakra on Sasuke's body was actually very fragile. Even if Sasuke didn't break free, it wouldn't take long for such a blockade to disappear directly. Sasuke, believe me, although we are not in the same camp now, I have no malicious intentions towards you and me. The reason why I forcibly bound you here now is to have a few words with you. In order to form such a rope, I have overdrawn a lot of chakra and physical strength, and I have no ability to attack you. So, Sasuke, can you give me a few minutes to finish what I want to say? Naruto looked at Sasuke, and the mental and physical exhaustion was directly revealed through his eyes. From Sasuke's position, there was no need to listen to Naruto's words here. Although the chakra rope on his body was tough, it was not completely unsolvable for Sasuke. But when looking at Naruto's eyes, Sasuke's heart was still shaken. Even if he could now simulate the power of chakra in his body into sword chi with the help of 6 Tomo Rinnegan, and cut the chakra rope on his body with the sharp attribute of sword chi, Sasuke still stood quietly in the same place, looking at Naruto, giving Naruto a chance to say what he wanted to say. With Sasuke's acquiescence, Naruto adjusted his body slightly so that his body could stand in front of Sasuke. He said to Sasuke with a sad and dignified tone, "I'm sorry, Sasuke. Sasuke, you and I have known each other for more than 10 years. Although you usually don't smile, and most of the time you're cold like ice, but I understand your inner loneliness loneliness, and helplessness. We haven't been together much over the years, and we have experienced all kinds of things. Over the years, because of missions or some other things, I have seen more and more the dark side of the ninja world. Endless killing, human beings swallowed by desire. All of this is so dazzling and difficult to eliminate. This war seems to be a battle for the future of the ninja world, but isn't it also using the hands of Uchiha Bido, Uchiha Madara, and even Otsutsuki Kagaya to retwist everyone in the ninja world into a rope, so that people have more trust in each other and give the ninja world a better possibility? Listening to Naruto's words, Sasuke's heart couldn't help but agree with him. How did the fetters come about? Perhaps because of some personal similarities in personality, people will have a good impression of each other. But only when they face things over and over again and solve them together, people will truly begin to understand and recognize each other. This Shinobi World War forced the 5 great shinobi villages, which had deep contradictions before, to be glued together, so that ninjas belonging to different shinobi villages will face the threat of their own death at the same time, and face the challenge of death together. Just from the close cooperation between different ninjas of the major ninja villages on the battlefield just now, it can be seen that the ninjas of the 5 major ninja villages have actually begun to understand each other. As long as there is a good beginning of mutual understanding, there is a possibility of peace. For Naruto, the current situation is the best beginning to achieve peace. As long as it can be managed well, then it can bring peace to the ninja world. As long as the Blood Robe Pavilion can stop, then there will be no more bloodshed in the ninja world, and people will understand each other and build a perfect world. Sasuke, don't be obsessed with starting a war. As long as each of us understands each other, peace will eventually come. Chapter 742. Peace. Listening to Naruto's painstaking efforts to describe the vision of peace in front of him, Sasuke's eyes didn't have the recognition that Naruto imagined. Instead, he looked at Naruto's face with a bit of sarcasm. Naruto, I know what you mean. You now think that the 5 great shinobi villages have gone through such an experience of joining forces against a strong enemy, so that the 5 great shinobi villages have the possibility to live in harmony with each other to a certain extent, and the 5 great shinobi villages have the possibility to live in harmony with each other. And as long as the possibility of living in peace can be managed well, the ninja world will usher in peace, right? Sasuke didn't not understand Naruto's pursuit. On the contrary, Sasuke understood Naruto's pursuit very well in his heart. But understanding was one thing, and acknowledging it was another. We thought that Naruto was a wise man, but we didn't expect you to be so stupid. Sasuke didn't wait for Naruto to answer his question. Instead, he directly scolded Naruto. Relying on the mutual understanding between people to win peace for the ninja world? Indeed, this way can indeed bring peace, but how long can this peace last? I don't know if you have ever thought about this question. Naruto, the desire for mutual understanding brought about by fighting can last for 1, 2, or even 3 generations, but can it last for 5, 6, or even more? Although the feelings between people are very strong and powerful, such feelings can never withstand the erosion of time. The influence of emotions will weaken from generation to generation, and one day, peace will still dissipate. People will still fight each other for their own interests. Is such a temporary peace the peace you want, Naruto? Sasuke and Naruto's starting points are different. After all, Naruto is a ninja who grew up in Wood Leaf. Although he has seen a lot of darkness hidden in Wood Leaf in the process of growing up, Naruto still has to protect the interests of Wood Leaf as a rule of his own from the perspective of Naruto's identity, status, and family environment. He didn't want to kill too much, and he didn't want to harm the interests of Wood Leaf itself. Based on his own position and mode of thinking, Naruto can only draw such a view that the 5 major ninja villages understand each other and then bring peace. But Sasuke is different. Although Sasuke and Naruto are both ninjas from Wood Leaf, Sasuke's own family was directly destroyed because of the darkness hidden in Wood Leaf. In other words, Sasuke himself doesn't have so-called good impression of Wood Leaf. Now Sasuke has directly joined the camp of Blood Cloak Pavilion, which is opposed to the 5 major ninja villages. Such a change in psychological position also gives Sasuke a different way to think about problems. Why is there endless fighting in the ninja world? And the scale of a ninja world war is bigger than the previous one, and the impact is more far-reaching than the previous one. In the final analysis, it's the unequal distribution of resources and the strong aggressiveness of ninja itself. A person with a weapon in his hand and seeing a weakling who looks very rich in front of him. As long as it's a creature's instinct of survival of the fittest, it will definitely attack this person out of desperation. And ninja itself is the most unruly person in the ninja world. As long as it's to achieve their own goals, there's almost nothing they can't do, such as poisoning, assassination, and trickery. A large number of such people who are unscrupulous and have weapons in their hands will naturally lead to continuous fighting. And the way Sasuke can think of is actually very simple. Since he can't change a person's nature, then he can at least take away the weapons in their hands with his own ability, so that they can only have inflated ambitions, but not the ability to put their ambitions into practice. Sasuke is indeed loyal to Xianxia, but Sasuke's purpose is not to let Blood Cloak Pavilion unify the ninja world, but to let Blood Cloak Pavilion be the existence of depriving ninjas of weapons in their hands, so that the people who have the power in the ninja world will belong to the same force, directly reducing the possibility of internal friction in the ninja world. Then Sasuke will help Xianxia to formulate strict laws that restrict both civilians and internal force cultivators, so that everything can be governed by laws and prohibitions, instead of relying purely on moral constraints between people. This is the way Sasuke thinks can really bring peace to the ninja world. Although it seems a bit too overbearing and not benevolent enough, the ninja world is in a chaotic world, and in a chaotic world, heavy laws should be used. The existence of ninjas is the fundamental factor that really brings war to the ninja world. Unify the ninja world, manage all the people with power so that they can't act wantonly. As long as they violate the code, they will be punished directly. The way of benevolence and righteousness may sound very good, but the way of hegemony is the way to achieve great things. After listening to Sasuke's way of pursuing peace, Naruto's heart couldn't help but feel a little bit of fear. Naruto himself also knew that this way of Sasuke's will indeed bring peace to the ninja world. But such peace is accompanied by the destruction of the original situation of the ninja world and a lot of bloody killings. If Sasuke's strategy is successfully implemented, then the population of the ninja world will be reduced by at least 40%. Not to say that corpses will be everywhere, but it can also be said that blood will be flowing. Sasuke, I will definitely stop you. The path you have chosen now will not only hurt yourself, but also hurt countless people. If you really walk on such a path, then you won't be a human anymore. You're walking on a path that only evil spirits would walk on. Naruto even knew how terrible Sasuke's choice was. Originally, what Naruto wanted to do was to persuade Sasuke to stand on the same side as himself, so that Xianxia won't lead the Blood Cloak Pavilion to start a war. But now it seems that although Xianxia is dangerous, Xianxia has a limit after all, and Uchiha Sasuke, who is standing in front of him, has completely broken the shackles on his heart and directly began to choose the most dangerous path to bring peace to the ninja world. Evil spirits? So what if I become an evil spirit? This world is really disappointing. If becoming an evil spirit can change the world, then the price is too cheap. Isn't it worth a try? Chapter 743. Both Naruto and Sasuke are kind people. It is precisely because of the kindness in their hearts that Naruto and Sasuke will tirelessly pursue the so-called peace. But there is also a distinction between kindness. Naruto's kindness is equal kindness. As long as someone stands in front of him and needs help, Naruto will pass on his kindness to the other party. But Sasuke's kindness is not like this. Sasuke's kindness will only be given to those who he thinks are worthy of kindness as a gift. In other words, it is conditional kindness. Between Naruto and Sasuke's kindness, who is better and who is worse, no one can give a correct answer. However, Naruto and Sasuke's different attitudes towards kindness also make Naruto and Sasuke may have different choices when facing problems. Just like now, Naruto chose to coexist to bring peace to the ninja world. Sasuke chose to conquer and rule of law to achieve peace. The path chosen by Uzumaki Naruto is like the path of the Holy Mother. He believes in the possibility in everyone's heart. He believes that as long as the right opportunity is created, then peace will definitely come to the world when everyone understands each other. The path chosen by Uchiha Sasuke is more like the path of evil spirits. He sees all the bad habits in everyone's heart in his own eyes and formulates corresponding, strong, and effective laws and regulations to restrain the bad habits in people's hearts. However, the ninja world itself is a situation of fragmentation. Although it is difficult for people to understand each other, it is still possible through some opportunities. But Sasuke's plan to almost break all the old patterns and build a new world is undoubtedly a declaration of war on the whole world. Fortunately, there is such a powerful blood cloak pavilion in the ninja world. Otherwise, if Sasuke wants to realize his plan, his hands will be stained with more killing. Naruto saw that Sasuke's plan may have a negative impact on Sasuke himself and the whole world. Naruto, who was still holding back, had no intention of going easy at this moment. He forcibly stimulated the remaining Senjutsu chakra and chakra in his body and directly attacked Sasuke. On the main battlefield, the disciples of Blood Cloak Pavilion and the ninjas of the Ninja Allied Forces were also fighting at this moment. As the battle continued, both the Blood Cloak Pavilion and the Ninja Allied Forces suffered a large number of casualties. A large number of Blood Cloak Pavilion disciples and ninjas of the 5 major ninja villages couldn't fight because of serious injuries or deaths. However, the large number of casualties did not make Nangongju and Watergate have any intention of retreating. On the contrary, they became braver as the more they fought, the more they fought, the more they fought, the braver they looked. In the beginning, Minato and Nangongju didn't hold back at all. They directly displayed their most powerful strength. In an instant, the battlefield was almost filled with sword energy and golden light. But after all, Nangongju and Watergate had a lot of energy during the battle with Nangongju and Watergate. Such a high-intensity battle didn't last long. In fact, from the beginning, the two could have directly used such a method to determine the outcome of the battle by relying on skills and wisdom. But after all, the war wasn't a battle between two people. In order to boost the morale of their respective camps and make the people in their camps full of fighting spirit, Nangongju and Watergate used such a seemingly unwise method of attack that consumed a lot of energy. But the battle continued until now. Whether it was the disciples of Blood Cloak Pavilion or the ninjas of the 5 major ninja villages, the blood in their hearts has been stimulated. There is no longer a need for Watergate and Nangongju to use such a laborious method to establish the will to fight in their hearts. Watergate and Nangongju naturally returned to such a low-consumption battle mode, where they were always ready to find the opponent's loopholes to attack. Nangong, it's time for you to stop your crazy actions, right? Previously, you said that you didn't believe that the 5 major ninja villages would be willing to share the cake in your mouth with the Blood Cloak Pavilion. So you insisted on competing with the Ninja Allied Forces formed by the 5 major ninja villages to show your muscles. But Nangong, please look at the current battlefield. Whether it is the Ninja Allied Forces or the Blood Cloak Pavilion, there are a lot of casualties at the moment. If this continues, it won't be about showing your muscles to fight for enough benefits for yourself, but it will be about the Blood Cloak Pavilion and the 5 major ninja villages fighting to the death. Is this the result that you want, Nangong? To be honest, Watergate's heart has become anxious now. After all, at this moment, a large number of ninjas are being killed in front of him. Ninjas are not warriors. Ninjas don't need the glory of pioneering new territories. Ninjas only need the benefits in front of them. So before the start of this battle, Watergate deliberately left some Wood Leaf ninjas to stay in the Wood Leaf village and crowned these ninjas with an irrefutable reason: to protect the daimyo. To be honest, although the daimyo of the 5 major ninja villages were not useless, they were almost not far away. Most of the time, they were like wage earners, succumbing to the violent mechanisms of the 5 major ninja villages and managing the affairs of the entire country in exchange for their own comfort and luxury. Although the kage of the 5 major ninja villages didn't think highly of the daimyo of their country, after all, in name, the 5 major ninja villages still belong to the 5 daimyo. No matter what, the 5 major ninja villages must find ways to protect the daimyo of their country. Now that the 5 daimyo are hiding in the Land of Fire, in order to ensure the safety of the 5 daimyo, naturally, the nearest wood-leaf village of the Land of Fire will provide shelter for the 5 daimyo. In this way, Watergate naturally obtained a legitimate reason to preserve the strength of Woodleaf Village. Preserving a part of the strength of his own ninja village will undoubtedly make Woodleaf Village the #1 ninja village in the ninja world after the battle. Minato has already made plans after the battle. With Konoha's strength far beyond the other villages, Minato will try his best to maintain the relationship between the 5 Great Shinobi Village Alliance, making Konoha the leader of the 5 Great Shinobi Village Alliance, and making Konoha the leader of the 5 Great Shinobi Village Alliance. Now, Watergate will never allow Nangongja to destroy his plan. After all, if Nangongja continues like this, it is very likely that he will directly kill all the ninjas of the 5 major ninja villages. At that time, although the 5 major ninja villages will no longer be a hindrance, but without the restraint of the major ninja villages, there will be chaos everywhere, and it will be more troublesome. Chapter 744. Watergate had his own plans. How could Nangongja not have his own plans? When he was still young, Nangongja's greatest wish was to be able to live with his sister Nangongro and live a carefree life without worrying about food or clothing. But as he grew older, Nangongja found out more and more how difficult it was to realize his seemingly simple wish. It wasn't that he didn't have enough money, but in this world, there was no such thing as a pure land. As long as he pursued this wish, then he had no choice but to continuously increase his own strength in order to protect his own life. As time passed, his life became more than just himself and his sister. Mashiro and Little Linger quietly blended into Nangongja's life and sneaked into the depths of Nangongja's heart. But because of Mashiro's identity and Ling-Er's family enmity, Nangongja had no choice but to directly confront Danzo and Akatsuki. And in order to protect himself and increase the strength of his own forces, Nangongja had no choice but to take Heavenly Tribulation's sword and barge into Bloodrobe Pavilion. While making Bloodrobe Pavilion become his own force, Nangongja's extremely responsible temperament also made the burden on his shoulders even heavier. Every choice that Nangongja made seemed to be his own decision, but it was also one matter after another, one person after another constantly forcing Nangongja to walk down this path. Nangongja didn't reject the burden that appeared on his shoulders, but Nangongja wasn't willing to let these burdens bind him and let him live a life that he disdained. Even if he became the ruler of the world, so what if his words were like laws? So what if he had countless beauties? Nangongja actually hoped that he could enjoy the morning sun, the evening clouds, the spring breeze, the summer rain, the autumn leaves, and the winter sun. When the clouds disperse, the flowers wilt and bloom. I will not change. I will still be a young man here. Watergate, in fact, I am different from you. Although Watergate and Nangongja were still fighting at the moment, after hearing Watergate's words, Nangongja's eyes couldn't help but reveal an indescribable emotion. Although I didn't grow up in Woodleaf Village, I have naturally heard about you. Since you were a child, you were an outstanding ninja. You were accepted as a disciple by Jiraiya, became famous in the ninja world, and became the Golden Flash that everyone feared like a tiger, and inherited the position of the 4th Hokage. Although there were all kinds of hardships, in the end, you were constantly moving forward step by step, and what supported you was nothing else but the ambition in your heart. Others said that Namikaze Watergate was a kind person, but if everything he did was carefully analyzed with the greatest malice, Wouldn't it be very scheming? The contact with Uzumaki Shinakushina, who was the Nine Tails column force, made him enter the eyes of the Wood Leaf leaders. After Uzumaki Shinakushina was kidnapped, he rescued her at all costs, made her fall in love with him, and directly made the Wood Leaf leaders want to win you over. You're just an orphan, you don't have a Kekkei Genkai, and you don't have any family power. If you want to become stronger and change your destiny, you can only rely on the most powerful force in Konoha, the Hokage clan, and you have obviously succeeded. If I guess correctly, you must have a detailed plan in your heart after the war is over to rely on the power of Wood Leaf to put pressure on several other ninja villages, and then make them surrender or even directly become vassals of Wood Leaf, right? The fourth Hokage, Namake's Watergate. As a leader, the first quality he had to possess was to not be stingy in guessing anyone's intentions with his greatest malice. What Nangongjia said was his own speculation, but when he heard it in Watergate's ears, it was like a needle piercing his heart. As long as Nangongjia said these words loudly and spread to the ears of the other Kage, then no matter how much they believe in his character, they will definitely have concerns about all his actions, and then directly collapse the fragile balance of the war. But Nangongjia didn't say these words out loud. Instead, he controlled the volume in a range that only the two of them could hear. For a while, Namake's Watergate looked at Nangongjia with a bit of confusion. This battle may seem like I'm fighting for more living space for the Blood Garment Pavilion, but that's just a secondary goal. If you don't believe me, just watch. With that, Nangongjia also directly changed his posture in the process of the battle, neither attacking nor dodging, but simply guiding Watergate's eyes to look around the battlefield, looking at the ninjas and internal force practitioners who were fighting endlessly. For a while, Watergate's heart suddenly had a little understanding, but this clear understanding was also wrapped in a fog, and it was difficult to distinguish. Although this is a bloody battle, Watergate, don't you find that the ninjas of the 5 major ninja villages are more excited, and their fighting spirit is more vigorous than before when they fought against Uchiha Bido, Uchiha Madara, and Otsutsuki Kagaya? The more vigorous the fighting spirit is, the more united they will be in their own camp. Now, I am giving the ninjas a group a chance, and I'm also giving the internal force practitioners a chance. How strong is a ninja's direct killing intent? I don't need to say it. You should be very clear about it. As long as there is a disagreement, ninjas who kill without saying anything is definitely the mainstream of this ninja world. But the ninja profession itself is a fighting profession. These killing intents can't be resolved in a way other than fighting. They can only choose endless internal strife. But now, I've given you a new choice. I've set a goal that everyone will reject so that you can tie yourselves together and no longer engage in meaningless internal strife. Although it's not true peace, it has divided the 5 nations who have been attacking and fighting each other endlessly into 2 camps: internal force cultivators and ninjas. It is too difficult to conquer. Instead of conquering, isn't it better to cooperate in disguise? Chapter 745. Naruto pursues mutual understanding between people, so that everyone can release their greatest kindness to others, and then give birth to peace between people. Sasuke pursues the emergence of a powerful force above everyone, using absolute rational laws to bind everyone, and by managing the evil in people's hearts to stimulate the good in people's hearts. Minato's goal was to conquer other forces through agreements, alliances, and their own strength. Gradually, through various means, they would eliminate these hidden dangers. Slowly, the world would change quietly. As long as there was enough time, the whole world would become one, and it would not be impossible for them to become a unified country. Unlike Naruto, Sasuke, and Watergate, Nangongjia pursues a kind of balance instead of the so-called peace that the 3 of them yearn for. Nangongjia hopes to directly establish 2 camps in the ninja world: internal strength cultivators and ninjas. When people have external enemies, they don't have to worry about internal problems. When ninjas and internal strength cultivators use all their efforts to fight against each other, as long as they don't have an absolute advantage, then neither side will easily make a move. After all, making the first move is not a wise choice in many cases. When we compare the pursuits of these four people, it is not difficult to find that Naruto and Sasuke's pursuits seem to be quite reasonable, but they are very general and abstract. The so-called good and evil need to be grasped by what scale, whether it is Naruto or Sasuke. In fact, they don't have such ability. The pursuit of the two of them, to put it bluntly, is actually a kind of beautiful vision. In the plans of Nangongjia and Watergate, the two of them are more detailed about what they want to do. Whether it is the pursuit of peace or the pursuit of balance, the two of them have seriously thought about the feasibility and made detailed plans. Since he already knew Nangongjia's plan, Minato instantly understood why Nangonggjia would lead the disciples of the Blood-Clothing Pavilion to wage war against him. Moreover, it looked like they would fight to the death. Looking at the Blood-Cloak Pavilion disciples on the battlefield, most of them were already around 30 years old. Although 30 years old was still the prime of a warrior's life. Unless they were exceptionally talented, there was not much room for improvement. Although Watergate doesn't know much about the Blood-Cloak Pavilion, as a large force, the Blood-Cloak Pavilion must have its own talent training mechanism. Watergate can be sure that Nangonggjia must have left the seeds of the Blood-Cloak Pavilion. Whether they win or lose this battle with the ninja allied forces, these seeds will quickly germinate. By consuming the existing strength of the Blood-Cloak Pavilion, the hatred between the Blood-Cloak Pavilion and the ninja allied forces will become stronger because of the killing, and then this hatred will be turned into spring water to water the seeds, making the Blood-Cloak Pavilion and the ninja allied forces completely opposite each other. Nangongjia's move is to drag the ninja allied forces down with him. As long as you still have to fight, then you will have to act according to my plan. Nangongjia's plan is so simple, but it is also impossible to find the possibility of stopping Nangongjia. Now, as long as you look around casually on the battlefield, it is not difficult to find that whether it is the internal force cultivator or the ninja, at this moment their eyes are red, controlled by their inner anger and killing intent. In this situation, even if Watergate directly ordered the ninja allied forces to retreat, it is already impossible. Moreover, the ninja allied forces is not a group led by Watergate, but a group jointly led by the Kage of the 5 major ninja villages. If Watergate casually gives orders, even if the other Kage don't have any conflicts with Watergate on the surface, who can guarantee that in the end, because of this little disharmony, who can guarantee that in the end, Watergate's overall plan will not be directly affected by Watergate's overall plan? The current situation is that Watergate has to walk on such a path designed by Nangongjia, and then he can only watch everything deviate from his plan. Watergate stared closely at Nangongjia with his eyes. He has to say that Nangongjia's plan is indeed very subtle, but all plans have their own weaknesses after all. Now, the most important reason why Nangongjia's plan is that the two sides on the battlefield are evenly matched, and there are a lot of casualties. But once the battle between Naruto and Sasuke, the 4-5 elements Altar Lords and the 6 Kage-level ninjas, and himself and Nangonggjia has a result, then this situation will be directly broken. If Watergate wants to break free from Nangongjia's plan, in fact, what he needs to do is to use his most powerful strength to fight Nangongjia. Futon Rasengan. Although Watergate was hit by the Ash Kill during the battle with Otsutsuki Kagaya, he could only cut off one of his arms to prevent his body from being corroded by the Ash Kill aura. But even with only one arm left, Watergate's fighting ability and fighting awareness are still very strong. Chakra was poured into his calf, stimulating the muscles, and greatly improving his speed and flexibility. Chakra was injected into the Rasengan in his hand, which increased the destructive power of the Rasengan to a certain extent. Watergate directly held the Rasengan in his hand and attacked Nangongjia's position. Seeing that Watergate suddenly began to attack him without caring about the consumption of chakra, Nangongjia was not surprised. After all, Watergate himself is also an extremely smart and slightly conceited person. In order to stop his plan, he will definitely do his best to attack him. Now that Watergate has lost his left arm, the most important impact on Watergate is that the flexibility shown by the Flying Thunder God Jutsu combined with various ninjutsu has disappeared. When fighting against Xianxia, he must not use flawed tactics to fight against Xianxia. Otherwise, he will definitely be pinned to the ground by Xianxia until he dies. If it is a head-on battle like this, Xianxia, as a Kendo Grandmaster, will naturally not have the slightest fear. He held the Heavenly Tribulation Sword in his hand. His internal energy and sword energy were stored within the Heavenly Tribulation Sword, but they were not released. While the Heavenly Tribulation Sword was made of black material, a powerful and sharp aura was emitted from it. Chapter 746. Inner strength had a certain restraining effect on chakra. It could be considered as a type of energy that was slightly higher than chakra. On the other hand, sword chi was a variant of inner strength. While its aura was sharp, it naturally had a restraining effect on chakra. Xianxia's strength was supported by his vigorous inner strength and the sharp sword chi. If it wasn't for these two types of powerful and unique energy, the remaining sword moves and special abilities wouldn't have been able to display such abilities. His right hand held the sword and the hilt was close to his ear. The narrow dragon-shaped blade was close to Xianxia's cheek. It carried a slightly cold aura as it directly transmitted towards Xianxia's face. Xianxia tightly gripped the dragon-scaled sword hilt. Although it was a little rough, Xianxia's heart was filled with familiarity. The cracks on the body of the sword were constantly emitting azure and lustrous blue light intertwined with each other. Left foot in front, right foot behind. Xianxia stared closely at Watergate's path of attack. In his mind, he was constantly calculating how to receive Watergate's attacks. As Watergate got closer and closer to himself, Xianxia also calculated all the changes in Watergate's moves. Suddenly, the position of his left and right feet changed. His right foot fiercely stomped on the ground below him. Xianxia's entire body was like an arrow that left the bow as he directly charged towards Watergate's position. Under Xianxia's control, sword chi and inner strength were all concentrated on the tip of the Heaven's Calamity Sword. The brilliant blue color directly left a conspicuous mark in the air. Xianxia's shoulder-length hair and the white and red embroidered robe on his body made clanking sounds because of the sudden increase in speed. His left hand turned into a sword finger and gently stroked the Heaven's Calamity sword in his hand. A gentle stroke seemed to have awakened the Heaven's Calamity Sword. A large amount of light directly bloomed from the cracks on the Heaven's Calamity Sword. Break! Xianxia directly sent the Heaven's Calamity sword out in his hand. It seemed like he didn't use any strength at all, but the moment the Heaven's Calamity Sword was sent out, it directly issued an ear-piercing sound of tearing the air. The Heavenly Tribulation sword directly pierced towards the Rasengan in Minato's hand. Xianxia was aiming at the energy node in the Rasengan. Once such a node is destroyed, the Rasengan will also be destroyed, and even a large amount of chakra will directly disappear in the air. Seeing Xianxia directly stabbing towards himself with the sword, Watergate didn't shrink back and continued to attack Xianxia. The sword tip and the Rasengan were getting closer and closer. Watergate also directly activated the chakra in his body and directly injected it into the Rasengan in his hand. But when the chakra entered the Rasengan didn't show any signs of expansion. Instead, its aura became quite chaotic. Xianxia originally relied on his eyes to determine the energy node, but at this moment, it was directly covered by the chaotic chakra. Seeing Watergate's somewhat inexplicable change, Xianxia's heart was full of vigilance. Sure enough, after injecting a large amount of chakra to the Rasengan in his hand, Watergate directly pushed his hand forward. The Rasengan directly broke away from the shackles of his palm and rushed directly towards Xianxia's direction. Its attack speed was even faster than Watergate's. It was too late to change his move now. Xianxia directly stabbed the Heaven's Calamity sword in his hand forward, piercing into the Rasengan that had turned into a white sphere. When the Heaven's Calamity sword was inserted into the Rasengan, Xianxia immediately sensed the state of the Rasengan through the body of the Heaven's Calamity sword. The large amount of chakra that Watergate injected just now actually messed up part of the original way of condensing the Rasengan, but with his own chakra, he separated the messed up part from the normal part. When Xianxia directly inserted his Heaven's Calamity sword into the Rasengan, it also directly broke the balance that Watergate barely maintained. The collision of the positive and negative energy will produce extremely powerful energy. At this moment, Xianxia bore the brunt of the impact directly. Reverse Chaos Rasengan. Previously, with the cooperation of Naruto, Watergate used the Immortal method, Wind Release, Yin-Yang Tai Chi Rasengan, a powerful move. After understanding the principle, Watergate also tried to use a simplified version of Yin-Yang Tai Chi in a Rasengan, which is the Reverse Chaos Rasengan that Xianxia was hit by now. The two types of energy maintained a fragile balance. The moment he approached the enemy, he wrapped his own chakra in the Reverse Chaos Rasengan, maintained the temporary balance of the Rasengan, and directly threw the Rasengan in the direction of the enemy. Without the support of the caster, the two types of chakra inside the Rasengan will directly collide and explode when it touches anything. Suffering a huge impact, Xianxia was directly hit in the air, but Xianxia's reaction was also very fast. He quickly adjusted his body in the air, and the Heaven's Calamity sword in his hand was directly inserted into the ground as a relay point. His whole body somersaulted in the air and stood directly on the ground. Sure enough, Watergate is the inventor of the Rasengan. It was obviously just an A-level ninjutsu, but he directly played with it. After various theories and chakra were integrated into the Rasengan, a brand new ninjutsu was born. It was impossible to guard against, and if you were not careful, you would be hit by it. However, Xianxia himself was also a person with rich combat experience. After seeing that Watergate was likely to be threatened by Watergate's Rasengan, Xianxia directly urged the sword energy and internal force in his body, forming a total of 36 sword energy swords floating behind him. Since Xianxia could condense sword energy swords, Xianxia has been concentrating on studying this kind of attack with great potential. Combining the ancient books in the Blood Cloak Pavilion and his own understanding of swordsmanship, Xianxia also created an attack method that was very suitable for his own sword habits and the nature of his sword energy, sword formation. The 36 sword energy swords floated behind him, constantly changing their position, coinciding with the number of 36 heavenly spirits. It was full of a mysterious aura, making it difficult for people to see the changes. Chapter 747. A light flashed in Xianxia's eyes as he quickly observed the current state of Minato's body as well as his surroundings. He held the Heaven's Disaster Sword in his right hand and placed two of his fingers in front of his chest. Seizing the opportunity, he pointed his right hand in front of him and issued an order. Go! The moment Xianxia's order sounded, the constantly changing 36 sword chi swords floating behind Xianxia directly rushed in the direction of Watergate under Xianxia's control. Each of the 36 sword chi swords contained Xianxia's understanding of swordsmanship. Although these sword chi swords looked the same on the surface, each of them was different inside. Some of the sword chi swords were sharp, some were long, some were entangled, and some were indomitable. Different sword chi had different attack patterns, and the combination of the sword chi swords brought more possibilities to such a formation. After all, Xianxia's research on formations had not reached the so-called peak, and his control and understanding of the Heaven Dipper Sword formation had not reached the peak. But with the various changes he had mastered, Xianxia believed that he could still defeat Watergate. Under Xianxia's control, the sword chi swords quickly approached Watergate. As if they had their own consciousness, the 36 sword chi swords directly combined and attacked Watergate. Watergate looked at the 36 sword chi swords attacking him with a dignified expression. After all, Watergate saw with his own eyes the magical power of these sword chi swords under Nangong's control in the space gap, and when he fought against Otsutsuki Kagaya. Now that Nangongja controlled the 36 sword chi swords to attack Watergate, and they seemed to have some unknown changes, Watergate instinctively became vigilant and serious. Watergate took out a flying thunder god kunai from his back. After confirming that he had seen the trajectory of the 36 sword chi swords, he directly threw the flying thunder god kunai in his hand. But when he threw it, Watergate used a very special hidden weapon technique. The flying thunder god kunai that was thrown out began to rotate around Watergate's body. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, Winding Technique. Although one of Watergate's arms was destroyed, the Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu was a relatively simple ninjutsu that Watergate was very familiar with. He could still use it in front of him in the form of a one-handed hand seal. The sound of explosions continued to sound, and the flying thunder god, kunai, directly appeared in the air out of thin air, and they also rotated around his body according to the winding technique that Watergate just used. Go! Watergate saw the opportunity and directly kicked a flying thunder god kunai, and the flying thunder god kunai instantly flew away under the great force of Watergate's foot. With the sound of breaking the air, the flying thunder god kunai directly rushed in the direction of the sword chi swords at a fast speed, and if the sword chi swords continued to fly along their own trajectory, they would be directly hit. Although Watergate didn't know much about the so-called formation, Watergate could find that when the 36 sword chi sword approached him and rotated around his body, there was a faint connection between these swords. Watergate could feel an extremely great sense of crisis from the combination of the 36 sword chi swords. But Watergate also understood through such a connection that as long as he could break one of the swords, the connection between the 36 sword chi swords would also be directly destroyed. Once the connection was destroyed, the 36 sword chi swords would become ordinary swords condensed from sword chi and internal strength. At that time, Watergate would have enough confidence to deal with these swords. Nangongja clearly controlled one of the sword chi swords in the sword formation that was about to be attacked by Watergate, but he didn't panic at all. Since Nangongja dared to use such a move, he naturally remembered the advantages and disadvantages of his move. The sword chi swords weren't so fragile. When he fought with Otsutsuki Kagaya before, it seemed that his sword chi swords would be directly destroyed as long as they were attacked with enough power, but that was also because the number of sword chi swords was too large, and Nangongja didn't have enough mental strength to control so many sword chi swords. Now, Nangongja only needed to control 36 sword chi swords. If he couldn't control them flexibly in such a situation, then Nangongja wouldn't be able to use the sword chi swords for so many years. If Watergate integrated his own various understandings into the wind release ninjutsu Rasengan, then Nangongja's application of sword chi was rich to a terrifying extent. Both of them had extremely deep research in their own areas of expertise. The current battle was a competition between Nangongja and Watergate's ability to adapt to changing situations. The flying thunder god kunai directly rushed toward the sword chi swords with a whistling sound, but Nangongja didn't control the sword chi swords to dodge. Instead, he still let the sword chi swords maintain their original trajectory. Now that the Heavenly Dipper sword formation had just been set up, although each sword chi swords had established a connection with each other, it still lacked a little time to accumulate. At this time, the position of the sword chi swords was actually a kind of destruction to the sword formation, so Nangongja could only let Watergate attack his sword chi swords. But such a very obvious flaw, Nangongja naturally didn't study it. After countless experiments, Nangongja has mastered a very subtle way to resist the attacks of others on his sword chi swords. However, such an operation requires extremely precise control to be performed. Otherwise, it is very likely to be self-defeating. This was the first time Nangongja used such a skill in a battle. Although he was very confident, he was also prepared for failure. He held the Heaven's Retribution sword tightly in his hand. Now scatter! Seeing Watergate's flying thunder god Kanai approaching his sword Qi swords infinitely, Nangong's spirit was also highly concentrated. He saw the opportunity and directly displayed the skill he had honed. Chapter 748. With Nangong's command, the small sword that was attacked directly turned into wisps of sword energy and internal strength, forming an energy ball in the air. The energy ball wasn't a physical entity, so the flying thunder god, Kanai, directly flew through the energy ball. Seeing that the small sword energy had turned into an energy ball under Nangong's control, Watergate was quite surprised. But after all, Watergate could only try to break the small sword energy now. So Watergate could only use the same method to continuously attack the 36 small sword energy around him. However, this time, Watergate didn't attack one small sword energy. Instead, he attacked more small sword energy. 2, 3, 4, and even more small sword energy were constantly attacked by the flying thunder god Kanai, controlled by Watergate. But no matter how Watergate attacked, all the small sword energy attacked by Watergate turned into energy balls formed by sword energy and internal strength. After avoiding all of Watergate's attacks, these energy balls turned into small sword energy again. The energy between these 36 small sword energy was still tightly connected, constantly perfecting the 36 Tiangang sword formation. Feeling the aura from the Tiangang sword formation, the light in Nangong's eyes became more and more condensed. At this moment, there was even a feeling that the light in his eyes was about to break through the bindings of his eyes. Tiangang sword formation complete. Controlling the Tiangang sword formation to turn into an energy ball again and again to dodge Watergate's attacks consumed a lot of Nangong's energy and mental strength. But since he had already used his move, he naturally had to make sure that his move was effective enough. Nangongja almost endured the huge consumption of energy to maintain the Tiangang sword formation. Now that such a huge consumption of energy had finally been successfully condensed, Nangongja's heart was actually quite relaxed. After all, as the controller of the Tiangang sword formation, no one knew better than Nangongja how powerful and infinite the Tiangang sword formation was. Nangongja held the catastrophe sword in one hand and the sword hilt in the other, but this did not hinder Nangongja's control of the Tiangang sword formation at all. Under Nangongja's control, the 36 sword auras began to constantly change their positions. The sword auras of different attributes constantly cooperated with each other to attack Watergate. Seeing the 36 sword auras attacking him, Watergate immediately reacted. He constantly relied on his physical fitness and reflexes to dodge the attacks from the sword auras. In the beginning, Watergate could still dodge the sword auras attacks, but after all, a person's physical strength and energy were limited. Moreover, through the constant combination of the sword auras, each attack toward Watergate was different and had different changes. Finally, under the constant attacks of the Tiangang sword formation, Watergate's physical strength reached a limit. His body also became sluggish because of the decrease in physical strength. Because of the decrease in his reflexes, Watergate's body was finally directly attacked by the sword auras. Although the injury was not a vital part and the wound was not deep, the sword auras of different attributes in the sword auras directly poured into Watergate's body, wantonly destroying Watergate's body. In terms of pure offensive power, the sword formation itself was naturally not as powerful as the sword aura dragon, sword aura torrent, and sky sword. However, the advantage of the sword formation was that its consumption was not as large as the three powerful attacks. Moreover, the sword formation's ability to trap the enemy was extremely important when fighting an enemy with a normal body size. Once the enemy was entangled to the limit of his physical strength, then as long as he could not break the Tiangang sword formation, he would only be struggling at death's door. Now that Watergate had been attacked, his body would become weaker because of the destruction caused by the sword auras. The weak body would cause him to suffer more damage. Such a vicious cycle would become a quagmire, directly dragging Watergate into the abyss of failure. In the battlefield, the ninjas and internal force cultivators, the 4 5-elements altar masters, and the 6 Kaga level experts who were fighting saw the situation of Watergate and Xianxia at this moment. When they saw that Watergate was bound by the sword formation and was injured, the hearts of the ninjas and the 6 Kaga level experts of the ninja allied forces sank at this moment. After all, the current situation was too balanced. As long as any aspect collapsed, the situation of the entire war would change. After the disciples of the Blood Cloak Pavilion and the 5 Elements Altar Masters saw that Xianxia had a great advantage, they were also excited. Their nerves, which had become numb because of the constant attacks, became active again at this moment. For a time, the power of the Blood Cloak Pavilion on the entire battlefield began to boil. Although his body was trapped in the Tiangang sword formation, Watergate could still observe the situation on the battlefield. From the beginning of this battle until now, the ninjas and the ninja allied forces, from the peak-level experts to the ordinary ninjas, had become tired because of the battle with Uchiha Bito, Uchiha Madara, and Otsutsuki Kagaya. They were all trying their best to be evenly matched with the Blood Cloak Pavilion, who had new blood joining them. But now, because he was trapped in the sword formation and seemed to be on the verge of collapse, the situation of the entire battlefield had changed. Watergate's fairness made it impossible for him to accept this reality. Watergate's eyes were red as he stared at Xianxia's sword auras that were constantly attacking him, trying to find some patterns in it and find some ways to break the formation. But the more he looked, the more confused Watergate was. Because he was distracted by observing the operation pattern of the sword formation, a few more wounds appeared on his body. The physical pain and mental pressure gradually made Watergate's mood become a little restless and impetuous. At this moment, Watergate had also given up on observing the sword formation and attacked all the sword auras that were attacking him. Looking at the sword auras that were flying towards him, Watergate's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. He directly took the attack of a sword aura, and then directly kicked the other sword aura that was attacking him away. Xianxia also didn't expect that Watergate, who had always been calm, would directly attack his sword auras at this moment, but he quickly recovered his control of the sword auras that were knocked away. Chapter 749. Although Watergate only did this out of anger, after Watergate kicked away a small sword, he saw a scene that he didn't expect. After the small sword was kicked away by Watergate, it actually collided with another small sword. When the two small swords collided, they actually left a scratch on each other's body. Instead of turning into 2 energy balls, they didn't affect each other at all. Seeing this scene, Watergate's heart suddenly moved. Just now, he kept attacking the small sword with Flying Thunder God Kanai, but none of them succeeded. He couldn't even block the chi between the small sword. But now, it seemed like even though Xianxia could control the small sword aura and turn it into a ball of energy made up of sword aura and internal strength to allow ordinary attacks to penetrate it, this ability seemed to be ineffective in the face of attacks from the small sword aura of the same origin. The fact that they were of the same origin meant that the energy level and attack power of the sword energy swords were of the same level. According to what was said before, the 36 sword energy swords contain Xianxia's understanding of the way of the sword. Although the 36 sword energy swords looked similar, they were fundamentally different. Differences would naturally lead to conflicts. Once these conflicts were intentionally expanded, there would naturally be a way to break the situation. Although Watergate's body had become quite weak due to the invasion of the sword chi at this moment, it was still within the range that he could withstand. After discovering such a worthy loophole, Watergate also made up his mind to give it a try. Minato looked at the small swords of sword chi that were swimming around him. Holding a Flying Thunder God Kanai in his hand, he directly rushed towards the 36 small swords of sword chi. At this moment, Watergate no longer relied on his flexible body to dodge the attack. Instead, he directly rushed towards the small sword Qi with the flying thunder god Kanai in his hand. Xianxia was a little surprised that Watergate suddenly changed from defense to offense. However, such a change of defense to offense was not a good move when facing the sword formation. The sword formation itself was a kind of formation. It was rooted in the earth and welcomed the enemy with thousands of changes. In other words, the formation itself was a kind of attack method. The more intense the enemy's resistance, the more the formation's power would be stimulated. At this moment, Watergate was holding the flying thunder god Kanai in his hand to block every small sword Qi that approached him. Although it did not directly destroy the Tiangang sword formation, it brought a certain amount of pressure to Xianxia, who was controlling the Tiangang sword formation, who had consumed a lot of energy. Watergate was attacking with his flying thunder god Kanai. Xianxia was also controlling the Tiangang sword formation to constantly attack Watergate. Now the two of them were riding a tiger, and there was no way to stop. In order to end this battle, one of them must lose the ability to fight. However, compared to Watergate, Xianxia still had his own advantages. After all, the Tiangang sword formation was a long-range attack method. Although it caused a certain amount of physical strength and energy consumption to Xianxia, it did not touch the root of the attack. From the beginning to the end, Xianxia had reserved some strength to protect himself. Watergate was different. At this moment, because he lost one of his arms, Watergate could not use many ninjutsu. The strongest ninjutsu he could use at this time was Rasengan, but the attack range of Rasengan itself was also greatly limited. Even if Watergate desperately used chakra to maintain the stability of Rasengan, the Rasengan could only extend about 30 centimeters forward at most. Such a distance was not very significant when fighting against a flexible existence like the Tiangang sword formation, and it would cause a lot of energy consumption. Being in the middle of the Tiangang sword formation, which had a powerful offensive ability, any small mistake would allow the Tiangang sword formation to take advantage of the loophole and attack his body. In comparison, the danger that Minato was facing was much greater than that of Xianxia. Watergate's slightly reckless frontal attack had a negative effect on Watergate. After the number of collisions with the sword Qi sword increased, Watergate's physical strength obviously decreased again. The sword Qi sword constantly left wounds on Watergate's body. At this moment, Watergate's body was almost completely covered in blood with a dark red color. If it weren't for the fact that Watergate's physical strength as a Kage tier expert was far superior to ordinary people, he would have directly fallen to the ground, unable to move. Looking at the increasing number of wounds on Watergate's body, Xianxia's heart couldn't help but tighten. After all, Xianxia's original plan was only to let the internal force practitioners and ninjas reach a nearly balanced opposition, letting the two compete and cooperate to promote the development of the whole world and make the world more stable. However, if he really killed Watergate here, then the relationship between the ninjas and the internal force practitioners would no longer be in a competitive relationship, but an irreconcilable one. This would definitely disrupt his overall plan, so he was a little hesitant when he made the move. Although Xianxia didn't want to directly kill Watergate, for Watergate, the Blood Cloak Pavilion represented by Xianxia was a huge stumbling block in his plan. After all, internal force practitioners and ninjas were not in the same system at all, and their attitudes and values were very different. Even if Xianxia really retreated and agreed to his conditions, the Blood Cloak Pavilion was still a ticking time bomb that could explode at any time. If possible, he wanted to eradicate the internal force practitioners as much as possible. The internal force practitioners themselves were the remnants of the historical flood, and they had only survived to this day by chance. Since they were garbage, naturally, he would have to clean them up properly. It was really not a good thing to always stay here and be an eyesore. After noticing that Xianxia's sword attack had slowed down a little, Watergate also seized the opportunity extremely quickly. He directly threw the flying thunder god Kanai in his hand directly to attract Nangong's attention, and then one of his hands gently brushed the ridge of a small sword. A black rune appeared on the sword for a moment, then disappeared again. After completing such a secret action, Watergate also immediately adjusted his posture. He stood in the middle of the Tiangang sword formation and looked at Nangong's, who was standing not far in front of him. His eyes looked at Nangong's as if he was facing death calmly. Chapter 750. Chief Nangongzhan, I know your purpose, and you should also know mine. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. You and I have chosen two different paths, so we naturally have to be prepared to fight to the death. Now you are hesitating to attack me, but I won't relax just because I attack you. Since you want to fight, then fight with all your strength. Otherwise, won't you lose the title of Chief of the Bloodcloth Pavilion in Ninja World? Looking at Nangongzhan, Watergate said as if he was facing death. Before Nangongzhan became the Chief of the Bloodcloth Pavilion, he was a swordsman. For his own purpose, a little hesitation was forgivable for Nangongzhan. But as a swordsman, when fighting, his heart was full of intrigue, and it was dusty for his sword heart. Sometimes, ninjas and internal force cultivators were very flexible people, especially Nangongzhan, who had experience as a ninja. Although he didn't admire the unscrupulous methods used by ninjas to achieve their goals, he didn't reject it either. Nangongzhan himself also used a lot of slightly sinister moves when fighting with others. But even if the moves were sinister, Nangongzhan still had a clear conscience, because he was almost omnipotent in battle, and he didn't let down the long sword in his hand. But now, Nangongzhan's heart was full of his own plan. It was fine when no one mentioned it, but after Watergate directly opened it, Nangongzhan's mind was quite turbulent, and even his hand holding the Heaven's Disaster Sword was slightly trembling at this moment. The most fatal thing for a swordsman is that his sword heart is covered in dust. Once the sword heart is no longer bright, then no matter how strong his internal force is, how sharp his sword energy is, and how brilliant his sword moves are, the sword he used will be a sword without a soul. Such a sword is no harm to ordinary enemies. But when dealing with a strong person like Watergate, who stood at the peak of the ninja world, a sword without a soul is no different from waving a bamboo pole. Even Watergate himself didn't expect that his words would cause Nangongzhan's sword heart to be turbulent. At this moment, Nangongzhan's face was bright and dark, and the expression on his face was constantly changing, which looked very strange. Looking at Nangongzhan's strange performance, Watergate didn't stay in place, but directly rushed towards Nangongzhan and launched an attack on Nangongzhan. At this moment, because of the turbulent sword heart in his body, Nangongzhan couldn't keep his mind clear, and his body was almost acting according to instinct. After sensing Watergate's attack towards himself, Nangongzhan's body at this moment almost instinctively controlled the 36 sword energy swords to attack Watergate. Without Nangongzhan's fine control, although the 36 Heavenly Dipper sword formation was powerful, it was no longer flawless, and there were some big and small flaws. Looking at the large number of sword energy swords attacking him, he also constantly changed his body shape to judge the current attack pattern of the Heavenly Dipper sword formation. After a short observation, Watergate had already determined that the Heavenly Dipper sword formation was extremely rough and integrated into a whole without Nangongzhan's fine control, just like the Sword Energy Dragon and Sword Energy Torrent before attacking him. Because the Heavenly Dipper sword formation was made up of 36 sword energy swords, there was more or less a delay in the control of each sword. After making a clear judgment of the situation, Minato's face finally revealed a look of victory. Although he didn't know why he directly confused Nangongzhan, there was no doubt that Watergate had achieved his goal of making Nangongzhan attack him with all his strength, and because of Nangongzhan's mental confusion, Watergate's advantage became more obvious. Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Watergate instantly displayed his unique skill, Flying Thunder God Jutsu. If Rasengan was a test field for Watergate to test his ninjutsu talent, then Flying Thunder God Jutsu was Watergate's real trump card. The ninja world had lasted for countless years, but there were only a few people who could successfully practice space ninjutsu. If Watergate had to choose a ninjutsu that he was good at, then Watergate would definitely choose Flying Thunder God Jutsu, which made his whereabouts unpredictable and created countless miracles compared to Rasengan. The sword energy swords that were touched by Watergate directly appeared with the Flying Thunder God mark engraved by Watergate, and Watergate's body instantly appeared beside the sword energy swords. Based on Nangong's judgment, the small swords controlled by Nangong instinctively used the enemy's aura to attack. Now that Nangong had appeared beside one of the small swords, they would naturally turn around and attack Nangong's position. Just when all these sword energy swords turned around to attack Watergate, Watergate saw one of them and quickly engraved his Flying Thunder God mark on the sword ridge, and then immediately used Flying Thunder God Jutsu to come to the place where he used Shadow Clone Shuriken Jutsu. At this moment, it was already too late for the small swords to change the direction of their attacks. The first small sword that had been engraved with the Flying Thunder God imprint by Watergate was directly torn to shreds by the many small swords with different characteristics. After seeing that the sword energy swords were directly destroyed instead of turning into a ball of energy to dodge the attack like before, Watergate finally confirmed that his attack method was effective. As a result, he repeated the same trick. Again and again, he would come to the side of the Flying Thunder God imprint. Then, he would grab a sword and inscribe the Flying Thunder God imprint on it. After that, he would use the Flying Thunder God imprint to come to his Flying Thunder God Kunai and wait for the next action. Although there were 36 sword energy swords under the constant self-attack, such a number was really not enough. Within a few minutes, the Tian Gang sword formation that originally imprisoned Watergate with brilliant power was only left with 3 shaky sword energy swords floating in the air. Without the almost perfect cooperation and the traction of chi between each other, a few sword energy swords were really not enough to catch Watergate's attention. Watergate suddenly sped up and directly came to the side of the 3 sword energy swords. Reaching out his hand, Watergate crushed the 3 sword energy swords. Chapter 751. In the end, the winner is still me, isn't it? Nangong Zhuzhan. Although his body was full of scars and a lot of blood even soaked his clothes, but the person standing here now is himself. And Nangongja, who is fighting with him at this moment, has been unable to maintain his consciousness because of his surging Kenshin. He won this battle, and the future of the ninja world will be decided by him. Watergate's heart was extremely proud. After all, his victory almost laid the foundation of an era. Nangongja, the only one who had the ability to compete with him, is now directly crippled. As long as he can go up and kill him, this shinobi world's Yama-Kuma Bloodcloak Pavilion will only be a small character submerged in the torrent of history. And he, Minato, will become the founder of a new world. Even if it's 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years later, as long as the shinobi world heritage is not cut off, his achievements will be remembered forever. No one doesn't like fame and fortune, because as long as people have desire, they will definitely have something to ask for. Watergate usually seems to suppress all his selfishness, and all his actions are for the greater public interest. But to a certain extent, such behavior is not also integrated his selfishness into the public interest. And after the public interest is achieved, his selfishness will also be achieved. This way of achieving selfishness will never be criticized by people, and will even be admired by countless people because of the process of achieving the combination of public interest and selfishness. Why can the ninja allied forces be smoothly formed? One is naturally because of the external factors of Uchiha Obito's futile attempt to resurrect the Jubi and pull the entire ninja world into the virtual world. And the other is also because Watergate, who is in the enemy camp but is respected by countless people, took the lead and even voluntarily gave up part of the interests of Woodleaf Village to unify everyone. In the previous battle, it is not difficult to find that most of the subordinate teams of the Ninja Allied Forces are managed by Woodleaf ninjas, and almost all the orders issued by the Ninja Allied Forces headquarters are issued with the support of Watergate. It seems that the highest commander of the Ninja Allied Forces is the fourth Raikage, but Watergate has become a huge force standing behind the Ninja Allied Forces and controlling everyone. At this moment, the expression on Watergate's face is relatively calm, but in Watergate's eyes are filled with an extremely arrogant and sharp emotion. Taking out a flying thunder god kunai from his ninja tool bag, Watergate slowly walked in the direction of Nangongzhi. At this moment, the expression on Nangongzhi's face is still very uncertain, and it is constantly changing. Obviously, he has not yet escaped from the mental chaos. Watergate looked at the chaotic Nangongzhi, and his eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness, and he clamped the flying thunder god kunai in his hand on Nangongzhi's neck. The sharp kunai was tightly attached to the skin on Nangongzhi's neck, and a bloodstain instantly appeared on Nangongzhi's neck. A drop of blood condensed from the bloodstain on Nangongzhi's neck and fell to the ground along the edge of the kunai. The scarlet blood droplets fell to the ground and bloomed into a beautiful blood flower. Leader, although they were fighting with 6 Kagatir ninjas, the 4 5 elements altar lords of the Blood Road Pavilion were still paying attention to the battle between Nangongzhi and Watergate. Originally, when Nangongzhi used the Heavenly Dipper Sword formation to directly trap Watergate, everyone in the Blood Road Pavilion was very excited, but the situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. Suddenly, Nangongzhi's powerful sword formation was directly broken by Watergate, and they didn't know why they fell into chaos. Now, they couldn't even react to the kunai on their necks, so how could they not feel anxious in such a situation? Before Nangongzhi, although the Blood Road Pavilion couldn't be said to be weak, but as a hidden force, the resources they could obtain were limited, and their influence on the ninja world was almost non-existent. After Nangongzhi became the leader, he worked hard to develop the Blood Road Pavilion. Originally, the Blood Road Pavilion could only hide in a corner of the ninja world, but in just a few years, it directly turned into a powerful force second only to the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world. Many small countries were also infiltrated by the Blood Road Pavilion and became their subordinate forces. The scope of their influence continued to increase, and their influence on the ninja world continued to increase. The medical centers under Aoki Altar were opened almost all over the ninja world. While treating ordinary people and spreading the reputation of the Blood Road Pavilion, they also searched for people with talent to join the Blood Road Pavilion on a large scale, providing fresh blood for the Blood Road Pavilion. The investigation organization of Azure Water Altar was also spread out in a large area, becoming the eyes and ears of the Blood Road Pavilion. The Thick Earth Altar and Scarlet Flame Altar also received a lot of tasks in the ninja world, accumulating a lot of wealth for the development of the Blood Road Pavilion. The Sharp Gold Altar guarded the headquarters of the Blood Road Pavilion under the leadership of Mashiro and constantly cultivated new forces. It seems that the Blood Road Pavilion has been established, but as the Lords of the 5 Elements Altar, second only to Nangongzhi Aoki, Thick Earth, Azure Water, and Scarlet Flame knew better than anyone that the current Blood Road Pavilion was still far from enough. The system has just been formed, and there must be a lot of loopholes in it, and people's hearts are unpredictable. When the Blood Road Pavilion is expanding, there will definitely be various internal problems. Some problems can be solved by the Lords of the 5 Elements Altar, but some problems are far from enough. Once something happens to Nangongzhi in this battle, the 4 Lords of the 5 Elements Altar will not compete with each other for the position of the head. They will elect Mashiro, who has been vigorously cultivated by Nangongzhi, to take the position. Just the fact that Mashiro's strength is not enough to change the minds of the people in the Blood Road Pavilion. When the big and small forces in the ninja world saw that the top powerhouses of the Blood Road Pavilion no longer exist, they naturally couldn't suppress the desire in their hearts and began to attack the Blood Road Pavilion. The more powerful the force, the more ambitious people there will be. If Nangongzhi can be in power for 10 or even 20 years and completely perfect the system of the Blood Road Pavilion, it will naturally be fine, but the current Blood Robe Pavilion can't do without Xianxia. This battle can be lost directly, but Xianxia must not have any problems as the head of the Blood Robe Pavilion. Otherwise, the Blood Robe Pavilion will have no way to survive and can only become a vassal of others. Chapter 752. No matter what, no matter how much sacrifice we have to make, we must rescue Chief Xianxia. Otherwise, the Blood Robe Pavilion will be in danger. Whether it was the 5 elements, altar lords, or the ordinary disciples of the Blood Robe Pavilion, they all had the same thought in their minds. They must rescue Xianxia, the man who had led the Blood Robe Pavilion to become stronger. Winning this battle was naturally a cause for celebration. Even if they had suffered a defeat, the Blood Garment Pavilion would still become stronger under the leadership of Xianxia, who had great talent and vision. However, if Xianxia, the leader of the resurgence of the Blood Garment Pavilion, fell here, the Blood Garment Pavilion would never be able to rise again. The 4-5 elemental altar lords directly charged towards Xianxia without caring about the consequences of their actions. They forced away the 6 shadow rank experts who were fighting against them to retreat. The 6 Kaga-level experts used their respective ninjutsu to constantly attack the 4-5 elements altar lords who had their backs facing them. However, no matter how much damage they suffered, the 4-5 elements altar lords still rushed toward Xianxia. Countless ordinary Blood Robe Pavilion disciples on the battlefield also shook off the ninjas who were fighting them at all costs and rushed toward Xianxia. They knew that their strength might not be enough, but they could still help Xianxia block the attack of the 4th Hokage, Bofone Watergate. The reason they rushed forward was not to fight anyone, but to help Xianxia block the attack, so that this person who brought hope to the Blood Robe Pavilion could continue to live and become the hope of the Blood Robe Pavilion. Looking at the Blood Robe Pavilion disciples rushing toward them, Bofone Watergate's eyes involuntarily flashed with a hint of emotion. What kind of magic did Xianxia have that could make so many people in the Blood Robe Pavilion want to save him even at the cost of their own lives? If one day he was in a different situation, and someone put a knife on his neck, how many people in Konoha would rush to him regardless of life and death to fight for a chance of survival? To be honest, Watergate could only count them with one hand. After all, the Woodleaf Village was not his private force. There were large and small families in the Woodleaf Village, and there were also elders who competed for power. For these families and elders, he was just a force to protect the ninja village, but it was not a necessary force. Even if he died for any reason, there would be someone to replace him. He was not irreplaceable, so naturally, there would not be so many people who would risk their lives for him. Headmaster Xianxia, you can go in peace. Even I am a little envious of the current you. Looking at Xianxia, who was held by the Flying Thunder God Kanai on his neck, Watergate said with a bit of envy, but it was precisely because of this that Watergate was more determined to kill Xianxia. The Blood Robe Pavilion with Xianxia's existence was like a house with a main beam. No matter how the outside world blows, as long as the main beam is still there, the house will not collapse easily. With such an unknown and uncontrollable Blood Robe Pavilion in the ninja world, it was very unfavorable for Watergate's plan. Therefore, Watergate could only do his best to eliminate Xianxia, the pillar of the Blood Robe Pavilion, to pave the way for his plan. After Watergate made a decision in his heart, he did not hesitate at all. He directly used the Flying Thunder God Kanai to leave a deep wound on Xianxia's neck. The wound was not very deep, but it directly cut the artery on Xianxia's neck. A lot of blood directly sprayed out from the wound on Xianxia's neck under the strong pressure of the heart. Watergate, who was very close to Xianxia, was also splashed by the blood spurting out from Xianxia's neck, but Watergate still didn't dodge and let the blood sprinkle on his body. It was not difficult to see from Watergate's eyes that he actually enjoyed the feeling of being splashed by Xianxia's blood. Chair dash. Chair-sama. How could? Revenge for Chair-sama. Revenge. Revenge. After seeing Xianxia's aorta directly cut open and a lot of blood spurting out. Every blood-robed pavilion disciple's eyes seemed to be soaked in the blood that sprayed out from Nangong's body and became scarlet. For the ninja allied forces, they just destroyed their enemy. But for the blood-robed pavilion disciples, their hope was directly snuffed out by Watergate. At this moment, whether it was the Five Elements Altar Master or the ordinary blood-robed pavilion disciples, there was only one thought in their mind, and that was to directly kill Watergate here. Since this person directly wiped out their last hope, then they didn't need to be stingy with their lives. As long as they directly killed this person in this place, it could be regarded as letting Nangong rest in peace. Hatred did not make the blood-robed pavilion disciples crazy, but it made them more rational. Many blood-robed pavilion disciples consciously formed a nearly double concentric circle with Watergate as the center. The disciples who were good at defense were in the periphery to block the invasion of the ordinary ninjas and the 6 Kage level experts, while the inner disciples who were good at attacking cooperated with the 5 Elements Altar Master to constantly attack Watergate's position. Watergate's body and spirit were extremely exhausted because of the battle with Nangongja, so he didn't dare to easily use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to leave the encirclement of the blood-robed pavilion disciples. He could only passively defend against the attacks from the blood-robed pavilion disciples and wait for the help of the other members of the ninja allied forces. Nangongja's body was rescued by one of the 4 5 Elements Altar Masters, Aoki Altar Master, who was good at medical skills. He constantly checked Nangongja's body to see if there was any possibility of saving him. Aoki Altar Master constantly transferred his internal strength into Nangongja's body. The internal strength in Nangongja's body was different from that of the 5 Elements Altar Master. It didn't have any attribute aura, but it was neutral and peaceful. Therefore, when Aoki Altar Master's internal strength poured into Nangongja's body, it was constantly growing stronger. The moment Nangongja was injured, the dense internal energy in his body had already gathered around the wound and was constantly healing it. However, the healing ability of internal energy was only an instinctive action. In order to truly heal such a serious injury, Nangongja's consciousness had to be awakened and cooperate with it. Chapter 753. After checking that Nangongja's body still had a glimmer of vitality, as long as he could activate Nangongja's consciousness, he would be able to make Nangongja cooperate with him to heal his injuries. Aoki also immediately used the secret sound transmission method to inform Ho-Tu, who was in charge of the defensive formation, and Akame and Bishui, who were in charge of the offensive formation. Hearing that Nangongja, who had led the Bloodcloth Pavilion to become stronger step by step, at this moment there was a glimmer of joy in their eyes. However, they did not immediately announce this news to the public. After all, once the ninjas of the Ninja Allied Forces found out that Nangongja was still alive, they would definitely attack with all their strength. Although the people of the Bloodcloth Pavilion were not afraid of fighting the Ninja Allied Forces head-on, in order to buy enough time for Aoki to treat Nangongja, such news must be kept secret. Moreover, after seeing that Nangongja was seriously injured and seemed to have lost his life, the disciples of the Bloodcloth Pavilion also began to fight the ninjas of the Ninja Allied Forces with the will to die. As the saying goes, an army filled with grief is bound to win. The current disciples of the Bloodcloth Pavilion were undoubtedly such a group of soldiers. The future hope of their branch was abruptly cut off by the ninjas of the Ninja Allied Forces. Now, the disciples of the Bloodcloth Pavilion were like crazy beasts, wanting to kill all the ninjas of the Ninja Allied Forces. Eating their flesh and drinking their blood could not relieve the hatred in their hearts. With the power of such willpower, the Bloodcloth Pavilion was able to buy more time under the siege of the Ninja Allied Forces, so that the head of the Bloodcloth Pavilion, Nangongja, who had brought glory to the Bloodcloth Pavilion, could be revived. As long as they could save Nangongja, even if all the disciples of the Bloodcloth Pavilion present died, it was not a bad deal for them. Although the Blood Garment Pavilion did not spread the news that Xianxia could still be saved, in order to buy more time, the altar masters of the Thick Earth, Crimson Flame, and Clearwater Altar, who were in charge of the formation, could not help but slow down the speed of the formation. As a result, the offensive power of the formation decreased and its defensive power increased. However, all the members of the ninja allied forces were in the middle of the battle. Facing the harder defensive formation, the ninjas of the ninja allied forces were in a frenzy at the moment. They just wanted to break the hard turtle shell and rescue the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, who was trapped inside, and Watergate, who was in the center of the attack formation. Although the pressure on his body had obviously weakened, Watergate's body was almost in a state of limit because of the continuous fighting. Previously, the disciples of the Bloodcloth Pavilion attacked Watergate with all their strength because of the anger of each other, and now, Watergate's physical and mental condition made it impossible for him to use the Flying Thunder God jutsu to escape. Therefore, it could be said that Watergate had been in a state of high pressure just now. Now that the attack of the disciples of the Bloodcloth Pavilion suddenly weakened, not only did it not let Watergate find anything unusual, but it also made Watergate's high-tension nerves relax. All of a sudden, the external pressure lessened, and it was also reflected on his mind. As the Blood Garment Pavilion's offensive weakened, Shui Min's originally tense mind also relaxed a little. The sudden relaxation of his spirit also made the tiredness that Watergate had forcibly suppressed burst out. If it weren't for Watergate's strong will, he would have been directly impacted by the double fatigue from his body and spirit at this moment. The onlookers saw things more clearly than the onlookers. Originally, the 4-5 elements altar masters of the Blood Garment Pavilion had lost their rationality due to the anger in their hearts and became the so-called onlookers. However, when they learned that Xianxia's life could still be saved, they broke away from their identity as onlookers and became calmer bystanders. They acted step by step in an incomparably calm manner just to achieve their own goals. However, such a concealment was actually just a slight concealment of the facts with the help of the conflict between the two sides. In any case, the formation that deliberately slowed down and strengthened its defensive power and Old Man Aoki, who had been releasing a lot of internal force beside Xianxia, were 2 points that couldn't be ignored. There were also people in the Ninja Allied Forces who understood. As the wartime staff officer of the Ninja Allied Forces, Shikaka Nara quickly discovered that something was wrong. He directly used Yamanaka and Noichi's spiritual force to connect with all the main members of the Ninja Allied Forces and directly told them his guess. After all, ninja was a profession that walked in the dark and accompanied by death. Such a group of people naturally couldn't all be reckless. On the contrary, most of them were cunning schemers or strategists. After hearing Shikaku Nara's analysis, most of the ninja's head that was blinded by blood also calmed down and began to observe the actions of the Bloodcloth Pavilion objectively. Once a person calmed down, many things would become flaws in the eyes of others. As long as one had a discerning eye, one could see that although the Bloodcloth Pavilion deliberately concealed it, they were trying their best to rescue Xianxia, who should have been directly taken away by the fourth Hokage, Watergate. Everyone in the Ninja Allied Forces, I am Shikaka Nara from Woodleaf Village. I am the wartime commander of the Ninja Allied Forces. After getting authorization from the 5 Kages of the Ninja Allied Forces, I am now in charge of your unified command. Please follow my orders and charge towards the Bloodcloth Pavilion's formation. Don't let the sacrifice of many ninjas be in vain. Although Shikaka Nara didn't study the formation of the Bloodcloth Pavilion, he did have a very outstanding vision. After a long period of observation, he couldn't directly break the formation arranged by the Bloodcloth Pavilion, but he had already found some important nodes in the formation. With his identity, Shikaka Nara directly commanded the entire Ninja Allied Forces, including the Sannin, Mizukage, Reikage, and Kazekage, these 6 Kage-level powerhouses. Under the command of Shikaka Nara, The ninjas of the Allied forces constantly changed their formation and rushed towards the large formation formed by the disciples of the Blood Cloak Pavilion. Although they couldn't hit the nodes of the Blood Cloak Pavilion's formation every time, they could still hit them occasionally. Once they hit the nodes of the Blood Cloak Pavilion's formation, there would be a trace of panic. Although the flaws were quickly mended under the control of the earth, Shikakanara was also able to observe more of the mysteries of the formation from this trace of panic. Chapter 754. How high is Shikakanara's IQ? Even in the entire ninja world, only a few people can compare to him. Although Ho-Tu had an extremely high understanding of this array formation that combined both attack and defense, he was still restricted by the array formation itself. No matter how powerful a formation was, it had its own innate flaws. Although Ho-Tu had a steady personality, he was also a little inflexible. Although he could control the formation, he didn't have the temperament and ability to make up for the formation's flaws. And Shikakanara himself is one of the top sages of this world. Although he can't say that he can see the whole leopard with a single glance, but when he commanded the ninjas of the Ninja Allied forces to constantly attack the formation, Shikakanara almost grasped the changes of the formation. First team, move 400 meters to the southeast direction. Everyone start preparing a large-scale attack ninjutsu. Be ready to attack at any time under my command. Under the command of Shikakanara, a small team was automatically selected from the large number of ninjas in the Allied Ninjas Army and moved directly in the direction specified by Shikakanara. Second team, third team, assemble in the southeast and southwest directions of the formation and be ready to attack the formation of the Blood Cloak Pavilion at any time. The rest of the ninjas are on standby. Be ready to listen to orders at any time. Shikakanara gave the order, and two more teams were directly formed and moved to the position he specified. Seeing that his layout has been basically completed, Shikakanara also cast his eyes on the constantly changing formation of the Blood Cloak Pavilion. The formation was constantly changing, and Shikakanara was constantly deducing the trend of the formation in his mind. Suddenly, the most suitable time to break the formation appeared. Second team, third team, listen to orders. Use melee weapons to attack the formation of the Blood Cloak Pavilion. Seeing the ninjas of the Allied Ninjas Army suddenly charging, Ho-Tu's heart trembled slightly. Others may not know, but as the person in charge of the defensive formation, Ho-Tu naturally knows that the formation is in a dangerous moment where the previous formation is automatically changing to the next one. And the Allied Ninjas Army was able to directly attack the defensive formation at the right time. It seems that they have found the flaw in the formation. Although Ho-Tu doesn't have the ability and heart to make up for the flaws in the formation, his understanding of the formation has reached a peak. Since the formation has no defensive ability, Ho-Tu will naturally transfer his strength from other positions to defend the weak points of the formation. He took the bait. Looking at the changes in the formation of the Blood Cloak Pavilion, Shikakanara also understood the purpose of Ho-Tu's actions at this moment. And Shikakanara was waiting for such an opportunity. This is the key to break the formation of the formation. First team, everyone start to launch ninjutsu towards your right front. Fully cover the area. The order was immediately transmitted to the minds of the ninjas of the Allied Ninjas under the blessing of Yamanaka in Noichi's mysterious spiritual secret jutsu. After hearing Shikakanara's order, the first team, who had been preparing for a long time, immediately began to launch ninjutsu. Flames rushed left and right in the air. The earth was constantly undulating and trembling. The air condensed into sharp blades. Water rushed everywhere, and thunder and lightning spread everywhere. The ninjutsu of 5 attributes were directly displayed by many ninjas, and the 5 attributes of ninjutsu didn't hinder each other, and they even cooperated with each other to increase the power of ninjutsu. Powerful attacks directly rushed towards the formation of the Blood Cloak Pavilion. In the face of a large-scale ninjutsu attack, the disciples of the Bloodcloak Pavilion couldn't move freely because of the limited attack range and the restriction of the formation, so there were a large number of casualties. More importantly, the forces that Ho-2 transferred to surround the node were intercepted by the allied ninjas' ninjutsu attack. Through observing the changes in the formation, Shikakanara gradually figured out what kind of character Ho-2, as the leader of the defense formation, has. He was steady, but he wasn't flexible enough to understand the pros and cons of the situation. When he launched an attack on the node in the defense formation, in order to prevent himself from destroying the entire formation, Ho-2, as the leader of the formation, would naturally transfer a certain amount of power to protect this node. In order to prevent himself from using this power to attack other parts of the formation, Ho-2 will definitely transfer a lot of power to the passage that doesn't affect other parts of the formation. According to Kuroto's observation, the closest path that doesn't affect other parts of the army is actually the one he sent at the beginning. Once he uses ninjutsu to block this path on a large scale, he will naturally be able to intercept all the forces transferred by the Emperor of Thick Earth. Ho-2 himself has a calm temperament. When judging the actions of others, he naturally doesn't make wild guesses, but directly judges the actions of others with his own formal logic. If Ho-2 is Shikakanara, after attacking the node, he will definitely look for a weaker-looking part of the formation to attack, so that he can cause the greatest effect with the least loss. Therefore, Ho-2 also gathered a part of his power at the weakest part of the formation at this moment. As long as Shikakanara comes to attack this weak part, it will directly break, forming a formation that is similar to a cloth bag, encircling the attacking ninjas of the allied forces and annihilating them. But as an excellent chess player, Shikakanara has long been accustomed to figuring out the thoughts of the opponent and setting his own trap one step or two or even dozens of steps in advance. Although Shikakanara's personal strength isn't the strongest in the Woodleaf Village, there are very few people who can surpass him in intelligence. What Ho-2 can think of, Shikakanara can naturally think of, and what Ho-2 can't think of, Shikakanara can still think of. So now, the last force left by Shikakanara is not to attack the so-called weak point in the formation, but to directly attack the node that he originally attacked. The art of war, the way of deception. What is false is true. What is true is false. Attack when the enemy is unprepared. Catch them off guard. The combination of false and true. The combination of deception and righteousness. The combination of the two can win the battle and win the war. Shikakanara looked at the changes in the battlefield. His eyes were full of wisdom. At this moment, Shikakanara is no longer a ninja, but a master of the art of war. Chapter 755. Nara Shikaku's method of breaking the defensive formation wasn't very subtle. It was just based on observing the changes in the formation and his understanding of Ho-2 to a certain extent. He was able to reasonably guess the opponent's next move, and then predict the enemy's move, and even use the opponent's reaction to gain an advantage for himself. This kind of operation wasn't a shocking trick. It could only be said to pay attention to details and catch loopholes, but this kind of intelligence and military means is very rare in the ninja world. Nara Shikaku's amazing military talent and insight into weaknesses directly brought a great advantage to the ninja allied forces. A large number of ninjas rushed into the defensive formation organized by the Bloodcloak Pavilion. The node of the formation was broken in an instant, and naturally, it also directly tore a hole in the defensive formation. A large number of ninjas directly entered through such a gap. Losing the advantage of the formation, the disciples of the Bloodcloak Pavilion could only directly rush up and fight with the ninjas of the ninja allied forces. Without the support of the formation, in order to defend against the attack of the ninja allied forces, the disciples of the Bloodcloak Pavilion were not afraid of death at this moment. The number of casualties of the Bloodcloak Pavilion disciples increased greatly. This made Ho-2, who was in charge of the formation, feel very nervous. After all, the mistake of the formation was his own failure. Because of his mistake, the disciples of the Blood-Cloaked Pavilion suffered such heavy casualties, and it is very likely that because of his mistake in command, the treatment of the leader will be hindered. At that time, not only will he be sorry for the disciples of the Blood-Cloaked Pavilion who died in the bloody battle against the ninja allied forces, but he will also be sorry for the thousands of internal force cultivators. It is very likely that they will miss a different future. Disciples of the Thick Earth Altar. Since he made a mistake, Ho-Tu naturally won't escape. The internal strength in Obito's body was activated to the extreme, and the internal strength with some earth attribute was directly applied to Obito's body. It covered Obito's skin with a bit of turbid yellow luster, and it was full of a kind of immovable momentum. Ho-Tu's shout was naturally echoed by the Thick Earth Altar's disciples. After hearing Ho-Tu's shout, countless Thick Earth Altar's disciples also raised their heavy shields and heavy weapons high and shouted, "Let's go!" Disciples of the Thick Earth Altar are here. Deep Earth Altar's disciple is here. Deep Earth Altar's disciple is here. The disciples of the Thick Earth Altar roared at the same time. One person's roar might not be that frightening, but when the roars of several hundred disciples converged together, it was like a powerful torrent filled with a powerful deterrent force. Hearing the angry roars of the Deep Earth Altar's disciples, Ho-Tu's eyes flashed with determination. He raised the heavy gauntlet in his hand and said to everyone, "I, Ho-Tu, as the commander responsible for commanding the defensive formation, let the enemy break through the formation because of my own incompetence. This is my fault. I should die now to atone for my sins, but the situation is urgent. Now the ninja allied forces are constantly attacking us. In order to protect the future of our Blood-Cloaked Pavilion, I ask the disciples to fight with me against the ninja allied forces and fight for the future of our Blood-Cloaked Pavilion." What was the vitality of the Blood-Robe Pavilion? For the ninjas who are not disciples of the Blood-Cloaked Pavilion, it may be a bit difficult to understand, but the disciples of the Blood-Cloaked Pavilion knew better than anyone what the future of the Blood-Cloaked Pavilion was. The future of the Blood Garment Pavilion depended on the Blood Garment Pavilion's chief, Xianxia, who was lying in green with Altar Master's arms. "Ho! Ho!" The disciples of the Thick Earth Altar shouted without any special meaning. In the beginning, the disciples of the Thick Earth Altar didn't shout in unison. However, as they continued to shout, their shouts gradually became uniform. At the same time, the disciples of the Thick Earth Altar gradually formed a formation. Although this formation was not as unpredictable and magnificent as the previous formation formed by the disciples of the Blood-Cloaked Pavilion, it was full of a sharp aura. At this moment, the disciples of the Thick Earth Altar had linked their internal strength together through this formation. They were no longer scattered individuals, but had become a complete whole. Shikakanara could barely find the flaws in the constantly changing formation through observation and probing, and then the ninjas of the ninja allied forces would find an opportunity to directly break the formation. However, in the face of no change, and all the members who formed the formation had become a part of the formation, it was no longer unpredictable but motionless like a mountain. There were no shortcuts. The formation was like a river or a lake. It was aggressive and powerful, but its unpredictability had also become the biggest shortcoming of the formation. The changes represented the strength and weakness of the formation. When the formation was strong, there was no doubt that as long as the enemy was not stronger than the formation, then the formation would naturally have no flaws. But once the formation began to weaken, as long as the enemy could find the gaps and even lead the gaps to launch a powerful attack on the flaws, no matter how exquisite the formation was, there was a possibility that it would be broken. At this moment, the formation that all the disciples of the Thick Earth Altar used was the opposite extreme of the formation, which was the unchanging extreme. Abandoning those changes and stabilizing everything, it was like a majestic mountain that sat firmly on the ground. The way to deal with it was very simple. He just had to use his most powerful force to dig through this mountain. There was no possibility of trickery. Looking at the formation formed by the disciples of the thick earth altar, Shikakanara directly jumped high and landed directly at the front of the formation. With the addition of Shikakanara, the formation seemed to become completely natural. Shikakanara was the real core of this formation. It didn't matter if there was any damage in other places. As long as Shikakanara was still there, the formation was still there. Shikakanara was the soul that all the disciples of the thick earth altar needed to use the formation at this moment. Thick earth altar, break the enemy lines. Although there were countless ninjas in front of him, and there were 6 Kaga-level powerhouses among these ninjas who could launch a fatal attack at any time, Shikakanara didn't dare to do anything. Chapter 756. Although Ho2's strength has improved over the years, he was only comparable to a Kaga-level powerhouse. When his defense was pushed to the extreme, he might be able to resist the attack of 2 Kaga-level powerhouses. But now Bai Shui and Akame are constantly besieging Namake's Minato in the center of the formation. Old Man Aoki is also using his own internal strength to keep Namake's Minato alive. There is no one who can help Old Man Aoki face the 6 Kage-level experts of the Ninja Alliance. In other words, to a certain extent at this moment, Thick Earth was actually leading hundreds of disciples of the Thick Earth altar to try to delay the attack of the allied forces with their own lives, so as to buy enough time for the battle between Bai Shui and Namake's Minato, and for Old Man Aoki to save Xianxia. Everyone with the Thick Earth altar directly rushed into the camp of the ninja allied forces like a sharp and heavy awl. For a while, they were in the limelight, and it was difficult for them to resist. In the center of the battlefield, although Bai Shui and Akame were attacking Watergate with many ninjas of Bloodcloak Pavilion, they also noticed what was happening outside the formation at this moment. Although it looked like Thick Earth was leading the Thick Earth altar's disciples to charge left and right in the enemy's camp, Bai Shui and Shi Yin had some understanding of this formation. Ho2 breaking formation was a formation that connected all the disciples of Ho2 altar, allowing the disciples of Ho2 altar to gather their internal energy and exert an extremely powerful force. But in fact, this formation was more focused on defense than offense. Now, in order to attract the attention of the ninja allied forces, Ho2 turned a defensive formation into an offensive formation. Hundreds of disciples of Ho2 altar and Ho2 himself directly condensed together from a thick shield into a sharp knife. A knife was a lethal weapon. If it was used well, it would naturally be invincible, but if it wasn't used well, it would also have the possibility of hurting others and oneself. Because of their own cultivation method, the disciples of Ho2 altar didn't have the advantage in attack. At this moment, they were constantly overdrawing their physical strength and internal energy. Even if this battle could really be stopped, the disciples of Ho2 altar who participated in the formation would more or less have internal injuries. It was very likely that most of them wouldn't be able to make any progress in their lives. After understanding the danger of the battlefield, Akame and Bai Shui looked at each other, and after confirming each other's thoughts, they directly took out their great sword and long whip and rushed out from the core of the formation. Seeing Akame and Bai Shui coming out, the center of the formation also began to change. The ring-shaped formation actually expanded a little. Then, a large number of disciples from the Jadewater altar and the Blood-Robed Pavilion stepped out from the center of the formation and followed behind Jadewater and Shi Yin, forming a rhombus-shaped formation. Although it wasn't very similar to the Thick Earth formation that Thick Earth and the Thick Earth altar's disciples used outside the formation, it still connected the chi and internal chi of the Green Water altar and Scarlet Flame altar's disciples and their altar masters. Water and Fire Duality Battle Formation. Bai Shui and Shi Yin called out the name of the battle formation formed by the disciples of Bai Shui altar and Shi Yin altar at the same time. Water and fire were two conflicting attributes. Not only could water restrain fire, but when fire burned to a certain extent, it could also restrain water. This kind of mutual restraint naturally allowed the fusion of water and fire to display an extremely powerful might. At this moment, the water and fire duality battle formation formed by the disciples of Bishui, Altar, and Scarlet Flame, Altar, used the mutual restraint of water and fire to the extreme. At this moment, Bai Shui and Akame Flame were the tip of the diamond-shaped formation closest to Bofone Watergate. The two of them mobilized the powerful internal strength of the disciples of Bishui, Altar, and Scarlet Flame, Altar behind them, constantly attacking Bofone Watergate. The internal strength of water and fire was transmitted into Bofone Watergate's body through the collision of weapons. Almost in the blink of an eye, Bofone Watergate's body was in a strange state of half scorching hot and half cold. The two forces of water and fire were constantly attacking Watergate's body, making Bofone Watergate's body the battlefield of the two forces of nature. Watergate was indeed very powerful, but in the face of such a powerful battle formation, how long could he resist? At this moment, Namikaze Minato's consciousness had already become somewhat blurry under the combined attacks of Scarlet Flame and Bai Shui. His entire person no longer had his usual refined and gentle demeanor. Instead, he was like a madman, constantly relying on his almost instinctive battle consciousness to fight against Bai Shui and Scarlet Flame. Looking at Namikaze Minato, who was covered in blood and ragged clothes, at this moment he was in a state of madness, constantly fighting with him. He wasn't afraid of death, nor was he afraid of getting injured. Originally, he was planning to capture Namikaze Minato and use him to threaten the ninja allied forces to temporarily stop fighting and buy time for old man Aoki to wake up the head of the Nangong family, because Bofone Watergate could only display his value when he was alive. Once Bofone Watergate died, it would only stimulate the fighting spirit of the ninja allied forces, making the situation of the Bloodcloth Pavilion more difficult. Originally, as the representatives of the two warring forces, Nangong and Bofone Watergate could be said to be the key to the victory or defeat of the ninja allied forces. But now, because of various coincidences, Bofone Watergate and Nangong's lives were also directly on the line. They could directly lose their lives at any time. It could be said that it was quite a bit of fate. Once Aoki could awaken Nangong's consciousness and let Nangong rely on Aoki Jinshi to directly heal his injuries, there was a chance for Nangong to directly lead the Bloodcloth Pavilion to defeat the ninja allied forces. At that time, as the victor, the Bloodcloth Pavilion could directly kill off the ninja allied forces and make internal force cultivation the mainstream existence of this era. And once the ninja allied forces could break through the blockade of the Bloodcloth Pavilion and rescue Bofone Watergate, they would lose the restriction on their own strength. The 6 Kaga-level powerhouses could directly use their most powerful means to directly kill all the internal force cultivators in the ninja allied forces. Without such a group of powerful internal force cultivators, how could the Bloodcloth Pavilion exist in this world? Chapter 757. At this moment, both the Ninja Allied Forces and the Bloodcloak Pavilion needed time. The Bloodcloak Pavilion needed time to wake up their leader, Nangongja, and the Ninja Allied Forces needed time to rescue the 4th Hokage from the siege. However, as two opposing sides, they would naturally do their best to make the other side not have enough time to achieve their goals. It was precisely because of this that the battle situation, which should have been delayed, turned into an unreserved and endless decisive battle. Ninjas need a certain amount of time to perform ninjutsu. Taking advantage of this time, the disciples of the Bloodcloak Pavilion could fully display their superb physical abilities and directly attack the ninjas. Not only could they interrupt the ninjutsu cast by the ninjas, but they could also cause enough damage to the ninjas. On the other hand, internal force cultivators themselves are limited by their own attack range. Once the distance between them and the ninja is increased, they will fall into a passive state. It is very likely that they will be kited to death by the ninja's long-range ninjutsu. Whether it was ninjas or internal force cultivators, Each had their own disadvantages and advantages. When such two powerful classes collided, it was naturally inevitable that they would directly cause serious damage to each other. The ninja allied forces and the Bloodcloak Pavilion began to suffer a large number of casualties at this moment. In a canyon near the battlefield in the Land of Lightning, two figures were confronting each other at this moment. One of them had short blonde hair, the other had medium-length black hair, one had a face full of emotions, and the other looked quite cold. The two of them looked at each other at this moment. There was no burning light in their eyes, as if they were mortal enemies. Instead, there was a bit of persistence in their eyes, persistence in their ideals, persistence in their beliefs, and persistence in their ninja path. Sasuke, do you really want to stick to such a path that is almost like an evil spirit? Looking at Uchiha Sasuke, with medium-length black hair, standing opposite him, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were full of complex emotions. In fact, Naruto admired Sasuke's courage to embark on such a path of turning himself into an evil spirit and then bringing change to the ninja world. However, even just thinking about such a path was enough to understand the hardships and difficulties in it. As a close friend of Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto really didn't want his friend to embark on such a path. Taking a deep look at Uzumaki Naruto, who still didn't give up persuading him, Uchiha Sasuke's heart was actually a bit emotional. After all, the reason why Naruto fought with him at this moment was not only because he disagreed with his plan, but also because he was worried about him. Such a situation made Uchiha Sasuke's heart involuntarily moved. However, Uchiha Sasuke himself was very bad at expressing his feelings. When he saw that Naruto was so concerned about him, even if Sasuke tried his best, he couldn't say any words of thanks. He could only look at Naruto with his slightly frosty face and said to Naruto, "Naruto, no matter what, this is my own choice. Since you don't agree with it for so long, don't just persuade me with your mouth. We are all warriors. Since we are warriors, we naturally have to use the warrior's way to prove that we are right. If you want me to give up my choice, use your fist to persuade me," Sasuke said. He also threw the silver broken sword in his hand directly into the ground. Chakra surged all over his body. Apparently, he had gathered all the remaining power in his body together to prepare for the final battle with Naruto. Seeing that Sasuke had started to move, Naruto naturally wouldn't be afraid of fighting. He took a step forward, and an extremely powerful momentum appeared all over his body. The two kept brewing the power in their bodies, waiting to reach the peak of each other's battle power, and then they would have a real battle. Sasuke, Naruto. Looking at the only figures standing opposite them, Naruto and Sasuke shouted each other's names loudly, and the accumulated power in their bodies burst out instantly at this moment. Naruto's body was wrapped in scarlet bijou chakra, while Sasuke's body surface was blooming with dazzling thunder. The two figures, one red and one blue, directly collided with each other. Powerful abilities attached to Naruto and Sasuke's body surface, constantly impacting each other in the battle between Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke had inherited the power of 6 paths of Yin and Yang from 6 paths Sunin. At this moment, although the power of 6 paths of Yin and Yang left their bodies because of the seal of Otsutsuki Kagaya, the power of 6 paths of Yin and Yang stayed in the bodies of Naruto and Sasuke for a period of time. The physiques of the two also changed into 2 peculiar physiques of Yin and Yang. The Bijou chakra emitted from Naruto's body and the right Unchakra released from Sasuke's body had each other's physique attributes at this moment. The two energies still impacted each other, but they began to merge with each other, forming a strange balance. Although Naruto and Sasuke were constantly fighting at this moment, their consciousness slowly left their bodies at this moment and came to an inexplicable space. Naruto and Sasuke were very familiar with this space. It was the space where 6 paths Sannin appeared at the beginning of the battle, but at this moment, there was no trace of 6 paths Sannin in this space. The pure white space, when they met 6 paths Sannin, turned into a chaotic space of black and white intertwined. "Aren't we fighting?" Looking at Naruto, who was standing beside him, Sasuke couldn't help but ask, "What's the matter?" However, Sasuke's question was not answered. Naruto just stared at the ground in front of him at this moment. There was even some pain in his eyes, which made Sasuke quite puzzled. Walking towards Naruto's side, Sasuke subconsciously put his hand on Naruto's shoulder. It seemed that he wanted to wake up Naruto and pull Naruto back from his inexplicable daze. But when Sasuke's hand touched Naruto's body, a strong and familiar will directly invaded Sasuke's body. This will had no malice, and naturally, it didn't cause the instinctive defense of 6 Tomo Rinnegan and directly invaded Sasuke's body. Chapter 758. This strong will didn't come from a stranger's will, but from Naruto's will, which Sasuke himself was very familiar with. Although the two chose different paths, they still have trust in each other beyond ordinary people. So Sasuke instinctively let Naruto's consciousness enter his body. When a strong will integrated into Sasuke's brain, Sasuke finally understood why Naruto passed his will into his body. What Naruto's will brought to Sasuke was nothing else but a visual sharing. Because of the visual limitation, Sasuke couldn't tell how many people were fighting in the scene he could see at the moment, but such a scale of battle had at least hundreds of people fighting each other. Blood splashed in the air, lives were taken directly, and corpses fell directly to the ground and were trampled. This was a battlefield, and this was a battlefield that Naruto and Sasuke were very familiar with. That's Yondaime Hokage? Sasuke constantly recognized the audio and video passed into his brain, and a very familiar, but not so familiar figure directly entered Sasuke's cognition. The Haori with flame lines was now stained with blood and became ragged because of the fierce battle, revealing the green ninja vest inside. Although he lost one of his arms, Watergate was still tightly holding a flying thunder god in one hand and attacking around him, responding to the opponent's attacks with almost instinctive frenzied attacks. No wonder Naruto's expression became like that. It turned out that Yondaime Hokage was in such a dangerous situation. Although the image transmitted to him wasn't from God's perspective, but from the crowd, Sasuke could see that everything in his line of sight at this moment was happening on the battlefield a little far away from himself and Naruto. The loss of life and the flow of blood are inevitable for a qualified ninja to face. Although Naruto, as the child of Hokage, was protected in various aspects, but there were definitely hundreds of people who died in the hands of Naruto, not to mention Sasuke. When he was under Orochimaru, he had been trained by Orochimaru in an almost harsh way. At that time, the number of people's lives on Sasuke's hands had exceeded 500. After that, he left Orochimaru's hands and Akatsuki and Nangong's hands. Now, the number of people's lives in Sasuke's hands is definitely not less than 1,000. But no matter how many people's lives are in their hands, as human beings with their own independent souls and not tools, Naruto and Sasuke still have people in their hearts who can't be hurt no matter what. For Naruto, Namake's Watergate was naturally such a person. Originally, in a battle with Otsutsuki Kagaya, Watergate lost his own arm because of Kill Ash, and now he was directly forced into such a dangerous situation. Even if Naruto was deeply righteous and optimistic, he couldn't suppress his inner emotions in the face of all this. After seeing Namake's Watergate situation, Sasuke didn't pay much attention. After all, although Namake's Watergate was under the siege of 2 5-elements altar lords, he could still barely hold on for a while. At this moment, there was no danger to his life. On the contrary, after seeing Watergate's situation, Sasuke was quite anxious to find a figure of his teacher, Bloodcloak Pavilion's head Nangongjo, in the crowd. For Naruto, his father was one of the people who couldn't be hurt, and for Sasuke, Nangongjo, who was his teacher and father, was naturally such an existence. After constant searching, Sasuke finally found the figure of his teacher, Nangongjo, but at this moment, Nangongjo no longer had the steady and unpredictable spirit that he usually had in front of him. Instead, he fell into the arms of Aoki, Altar Lord, Old Man Aoki. Old Man Aoki's state was also very weak at the moment. If Sasuke's guess was right, then his teacher, Bloodcloak Pavilion's head, Xianxia, should have suffered extremely serious injuries. Old Man Aoki used his own vigorous internal strength to continuously transmit it into Xianxia's body, barely maintaining Xianxia's vitality. How is this possible? Just like how Naruto fell into great grief when he saw his father being besieged by the crowd, Uchiha Sasuke also found it very difficult to accept when he saw his powerful teacher become like this at the moment. Seeing such a scene, Sasuke no longer had the thought of competing with Naruto to see whose idea was more correct. Because people who couldn't even protect the things they wanted to protect, how could they be qualified to talk about their ideals? I must go to the battlefield and wake up Xianxia Sensei. After seeing Xianxia's situation, Uchiha Sasuke immediately decided to end the current battle and go back to rescue his teacher. After seeing his father in such a dangerous situation, Naruto naturally no longer insisted on competing with Sasuke, but wanted to immediately go back to the battlefield to rescue his father. At the same time, the two people's hearts sprouted the thought of retreating at the same time. In this turbid space where black and white blended, there was also an irresistible repulsive force that directly forced Naruto and Sasuke's consciousness out of such a space, allowing them to return to their bodies. In the turbid space, Naruto and Sasuke had already retreated when they saw the situation on the battlefield. Now that they had regained control of their bodies, they naturally dissipated the various attack methods they used, preparing to save the strength in their bodies to go back to protect their father and sensei, who were very important to them. And just after the two of them withdrew their attacks, they were surprised to find that the chakra in their body that had been exhausted before had unexpectedly, directly returned to their peak state at this moment. Chapter 759. Although Naruto and Sasuke didn't know why their bodies suddenly recovered completely, it must have something to do with entering the black and white chaotic space. It was too late to care about these things. After all, recovering their strength wasn't a bad thing for Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke and Naruto didn't hesitate. The moment they got control of their bodies, they rushed towards the battlefield. Both of them chose to strengthen their speed in various ways. Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and 6 Tomo Rinnegan in Sasuke's eyes rotated wildly. A large amount of power wrapped in chakra directly covered Uchiha Sasuke's body. The purple energy formed a huge rib on Sasuke's body, and behind the rib, a pair of huge wings condensed by chakra also quickly formed. Because of the upgrade of his eyes, Sasuke's control of his power became more and more precise. Just like now, when he used Susanoo, he only summoned 2 parts, the rib and the wings. The rib and himself were connected as a channel to transmit his will and energy, and the wings appeared behind him as a tool for flight. Although the combination of rib and wings didn't look so beautiful, Sasuke himself was a practical person. Just summoning the rib and wings was actually a way to greatly reduce his own consumption. Sasuke was very clear that as long as he arrived at the battlefield, he would face countless enemies. At this time, he had to ensure that he had enough fighting power, and he also had to do his best to rush to his teacher Xianxia's side to help him. It was precisely because of this need that Sasuke used Susanoo like this. Watching Sasuke spread his huge wings behind him and soar in the sky, Naruto's heart inevitably became a little anxious. After all, Sasuke belonged to the Bloodcloak Pavilion camp. Once Sasuke returned to the battlefield, he would naturally do his best to help the Bloodcloak Pavilion. If Sasuke came to the battlefield earlier than him, he would definitely cause great danger to his father. Naruto's relationship with Sasuke was indeed very good, but his father and Sasuke didn't have much interaction. Although he didn't know the truth about the Uchiha clan's destruction, he already knew that it was done by the people of Woodleaf Village. Sasuke didn't have a good impression of Woodleaf Village. Now his father's life was also on the line waiting for rescue. Once Sasuke came to the battlefield earlier, he might harvest his father's life with his current relatively complete strength. It was about his biological father, who was related to him by blood. Naturally, it was impossible for Naruto to pin everything on the illusory possibility, so he must do his best to reach the battlefield with Sasuke, or even earlier than Sasuke. Sasuke needed to conserve chakra, but Naruto didn't need it. When he and Sasuke joined forces to absorb all the energy in Otsutsuki Kagaya's body, although it seemed that the power of Bijou had returned to the world or was directly consumed as the energy to supply Rikudo Chibaku Tensei. But in fact, the 9 Bijou's own will enter Naruto's body at the same time as Otsutsuki Kagaya was sealed. Although there was no way to support Naruto to enter Rikudo mode, because of the massive consumption of Bijou's power, Bijou chakra with the 9 Bijous was also constantly getting stronger at this moment, enough to support Naruto to enter Kurama mode. Naruto mobilized a large number of Bijou chakra. In the process of running quickly, he also closed his eyes and drew the natural energy around him into his body. That's right, the natural energy that should only be absorbed in a state of absolute stillness can now be absorbed while moving because of the evolution of Naruto's physique. In other words, the current Naruto can completely rely on his physique advantage to stay in Sage mode for a long time. Kurama mode and Sage mode were displayed at the same time. At this moment, Naruto's body was also covered by the golden chakra flame. The golden chakra flame turned into a silk thread and directly weaved a set of gorgeous clothes on Naruto's body. Naruto opened his eyes at this moment. His pupils had turned orange with a slight golden luster, and the center became a very strange cross-shaped eye shape. Sengoku mode. A large number of Sengoku chakra, mixed with Bijou chakra, constantly condensed in Naruto's body. Naruto directly used this energy to form 4 huge feet behind him. Although the 4 feet were condensed behind Naruto's back, they directly extended to the ground, running directly on the ground like animals. However, compared to Sasuke's almost delicate control of chakra, Naruto's own control ability was relatively weaker. Some chakra still escaped and formed a huge fox phantom. Huge ribs and wings soared in the sky, and a huge demon fox with solid limbs but an unusually illusory body ran on the ground. Susanu's huge wings with boundless sharpness directly broke through the air that was hindering its flying speed. The demon fox incarnation directly relied on its 4 limbs to constantly run on the ground, and everything that was hindering its advance was directly smashed into pieces by the huge power of the demon fox incarnation. Although Naruto and Sasuke deliberately avoided the place where the 2 armies fought in the previous battle, after all, the battle had not been going on for a long time. Naruto and Sasuke were actually not far from the battlefield. With Naruto and Sasuke running with all their strength, the disciples of the Blood Cloak Pavilion and the ninja allied forces on the battlefield naturally saw the figures of Naruto and Sasuke. Although these 2 people were not very old, and were even very young compared to most people on the battlefield, but as the leader of the Blood Cloak Pavilion, the disciple of Shinobi World's Yama, and the child of Yondaime Hokage and Golden Flash, their identity, background, and personal strength were still recognized by everyone. After seeing the 2 people quickly approaching the battlefield, the ninja allied forces and the Blood Cloak Pavilion were also looking forward to their own geniuses to replace their fathers and continue to create a new future so that their forces can gain an advantage in the battle. Chapter 760. Father, Sensei. When Naruto and Sasuke's eyes could see the battlefield, they began to look for the people who were very important to them. With their amazing eyesight, they quickly found Xianxia, who was lying on the ground in the arms of old man Aoki, and Namikaze Minato, who was in danger under the siege of the Blood Road Pavilion and could die at any time. Seeing the people who were very important to them become like this at this moment, whether it was Naruto or Sasuke, their hearts were filled with endless anger at this moment, and the most obvious manifestation was their loud roar and sudden acceleration. The eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and 6 Tomo Rinnegan in Sasuke's eyes rotated at high speed, and a large amount of eye power and chakra directly emerged from Sasuke's body, directly mending the ribs and wings of Susanoo. The heavy Crow Tengu armor and 2 condensed chakra, directly appeared on Susanoo's body and hands. Sasuke-sama. Chief Nangong still has a glimmer of life at this moment. Old Man Aoki is trying his best to awaken Nangong's consciousness. As long as Chief Nangong's consciousness awakens from the chaos, he can quickly recover with his own strength and Old Man Aoki's assistance. After seeing Sasuke directly joining the battle and sensing an extremely powerful aura from Sasuke's body, Bisui, who is the closest to Nangongja among the 5 elements altar lords, directly used her internal strength to tell Sasuke about the situation at the moment. Although Sasuke didn't have any sense of belonging to Bloodcloth Pavilion, Sasuke still had some understanding of Bisui, the altar lord of Bloodcloth Pavilion, who was very loyal to his sensei. After hearing that his sensei needed time, he immediately made a plan in his heart. The huge complete body Susanoo directly rushed towards the location of the allied ninja forces, who were engaged in a battle with the outer defense formation of Bloodcloth Pavilion. With his ability to fly, Uchiha Sasuke directly controlled the complete body Susanoo to float in the sky to ensure that ordinary ninjutsu couldn't attack him. Then the chakra in his body stirred up a lot, and he and Susanoo formed different hand signs to prepare for the attack. Sasuke's timing was very good. The 6 Kage-level powerhouses in the allied ninja forces, including Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Gaara, Turumi Mei, and Ei, were fighting against the Thick Earth Altar's Thick Earth breaking formation at this moment because of the fearless attack of the Thick Earth Altar's disciples and Thick Earth himself. When he saw Uchiha Sasuke floating above the allied ninja forces and constantly gathering power, Thick Earth, as the commander of the formation, immediately began to direct the Thick Earth Altar's ninja to directly entangle the 6 Kage-level powerhouses at all costs. Although the average ninja in the allied ninja forces also has good strength, there is still a huge gap between them and Uchiha Sasuke, whose body has evolved into 6-pathine body and cast the complete version of Susanoo. Sometimes the gap in strength can't be made up by quantity. The chakra in Sasuke's body continued to flow into Susanoo's body, and a part of chakra was left in his body by Sasuke to cooperate with Susanoo to cast ninjutsu. Katon Super Dragon Fire Jutsu. The original Dragon Fire Jutsu was only a huge flame dragon head when it was cast, but at this moment, because Sasuke poured a huge amount of chakra into it, the original huge dragon head also became extended and directly turned into a whole flame dragon rushing directly into the sky. The huge flame dragon rushed directly out of Susanoo's body and rushed into the sky, forming a magnificent scene, making the battle and the entire battlefield seem to have a trace of stagnation. As Uchiha Sasuke's best friend, others don't know what ninjutsu Sasuke is using, but Naruto is very clear about it and knows how powerful this ninjutsu is. At this moment, Sasuke is directly using Susanoo's huge body and the powerful blessing ability of ninjutsu to cast such a large-scale attack ninjutsu that is enough to rank in the top few among the ninjutsu that Sasuke can master. Naruto can't imagine what kind of casualties such a ninjutsu will cause if it falls into the many ninjas of the allied ninja forces. Glancing at his father, who was still besieged by many disciples of the Bloodcloak Pavilion, Naruto's eyes showed a tangled look. After all, he's the only one who can fight against Sasuke at this moment. If he wants to save the many ninjas of the allied ninja forces, he naturally needs his own ability. In the same way, his father is constantly attacked by countless strong ninjas at this moment. At this moment, it seems that he has been relying on his own will and instinct to persist. No one knows how long this situation will last. Once he wastes a lot of time and consumes a lot of power to save the many ninjas of the allied ninja forces, can he still save his father with a little effort like now? At this moment, Naruto is caught in a competition between public and private interests. Should he give up a small number of people for the sake of the majority, or follow his own inner desire to do what he wants to do? Such a question, even the wisest man in the world may not be able to give an answer, let alone a young child like Uzumaki Naruto. However, Naruto's heart can be tangled, but the speed of Sasuke's attack will not decrease in the slightest. Susanu's constantly forming hand seals finally stopped at this moment, and a large number of chakra was directly extracted from Uchiha Sasuke's body, and a purple thunder condensed directly in Susanu's hand. Although it was different from Nangong's black thunder, the same powerful destructive aura still came out from it. Uchiha Sasuke's face became a little pale at this moment because of the large number of chakra output, but Sasuke's eyes were particularly determined, and he didn't have any change in expression because he was about to kill hundreds of powerful ninjas. Uchiha Sasuke pursues the path of evil spirits in this world, and killing Uchiha Sasuke is no pressure at all. Divine Beast Patrol, Kirin descends. Susanu, right on Kirin. Chapter 761. Dark clouds shrouded the sky. From time to time, rumbling sounds of thunder could be heard from within the dark clouds. Occasionally, a few rays of light would flicker within the dark clouds and emit a terrifying aura. This caused everyone to feel fear and reverence, as if the heavens were enraged. Sasuke's eyes were full of frost. It seems that even his soul and his will have been completely frozen. As long as he can achieve his goal, Sasuke can completely seal all his emotions and not let them affect him. Sasuke's own plan is to break the original order of ninja world and establish an ideal world where everyone can restrain their evil thoughts. The establishment of such a world inevitably requires conflict with the maintainers of the old order, ninja. Therefore, the elimination of a large number of ninjas is an unavoidable process for Sasuke to achieve his plan. As long as Sasuke still insists on his beliefs, then whether it is in the future or now, he must harden his heart, otherwise it will be a stain on his will. Go. Through the connection between the purple thunder in Susanu's hand and the dark clouds in the sky, Sasuke also constantly felt the huge power brewing in the dark clouds. After feeling that such power has reached the extreme at this moment, Sasuke also directly controlled Susanu to wave the hand wrapped in purple thunder and directed the huge power directly to the ninja coalition army on the ground. The purple thunder was like a chain, directly dragging a large group of thunder and lightning out of the dark clouds. Unlike the ordinary version of Raitun, Kirin that Sasuke had originally used, this group of thunder and lightning at this moment was much larger, and there's a lot of thunder and lightning that have been assimilated into purple thunder and lightning wandering around in it, adding a bit of majesty and dignity to the blue-white thunder and lightning Kirin behemoth. Roar. Obviously, it was just a product of thunder and lightning, but the blue-purple thunder and lightning entangled Kirin directly roared at the sky. The roar was like a golden spear and a yellow bell, and for a while, it directly resounded through the sky and drilled into everyone's ears. When people with slightly lower strength heard Kirin's roar, they directly fell into a sluggish state and couldn't move. It seemed that this roar was venting all the anger and injustice caused by all the filth of time, and then directly swept over the living beings under him with ruthless eyes, and then directly rushed down the purple lightning chain in the hand of Susanoo that was connected to him. Many ninjas of the ninja allied forces looked at the blue and purple Chilin, and most of their legs began to tremble at this moment. After all, when they fought with Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, and Kagaya Otsutsuki before, such a high-level battle is not something that ordinary ninjas can participate in. Although they have seen the huge power erupting when the super strong fight from a distance, after all, it didn't happen to them. Most of the ninjas of the ninja allied forces were not mentally prepared for such a battle. The blue-purple Chilin was getting closer and closer to many ninjas of the ninja allied forces, and the majestic face of Kirin was constantly magnified in the eyes of many ninjas of the ninja allied forces. Many ninjas of the Ninja Allied Forces have closed their eyes and quietly waited for such a thing that they have no way to resist. This is not fear, but pure powerlessness. Just when everyone was waiting for their bodies to be ravaged by lightning, then lose consciousness and then lose their lives after a violent tremor on the ground, nothing seemed to happen. The ninjas of the Ninja Allied Forces opened their originally closed eyes and saw a huge golden fox in front of them. Black lines were drawn on the fox's body, and a shield condensed by a large number of chakra directly isolated the countless lightning bolts. Although the shield seemed to be a bit shaky under the impact of the lightning, the demon fox incarnation was still constantly transmitting a large number of chakra to the shield to maintain the shield from being broken. When he saw the demon fox incarnation directly appear in the Ninja Allied Forces, Sasuke immediately looked at the place where Yondaime Hokage, Naruto's father, Namake's Watergate, was surrounded by many ninjas of the Blood Cloak Pavilion. Because no matter what, Sasuke couldn't believe that Naruto could really give up his father so decisively. Beside Namake's Watergate, a figure with a golden chakra coat also appeared at this moment. This person was none other than Namake's Watergate's child, Uzumaki Naruto. Did he use Shadow Clone Jutsu? Seeing two figures of Naruto suddenly appear on the battlefield, Sasuke's heart also slightly understood what kind of situation it was. Naruto was still the Naruto he knew in the beginning. When faced with a dilemma and people had to make a choice, Naruto would often give an answer that no one expected. Although the power gathered together can exert the greatest effect, Naruto's current goal is not to defeat or destroy anything, but just to protect the things he wants to protect. Compared to attack, as long as the right method is found for defense, then it can naturally achieve its goal with less consumption. Therefore, Naruto directly used Shadow Clone Jutsu to let his clone carry a large number of Bija Chakra and condense the Demon Fox incarnation to protect the Ninja Allied Forces from Sasuke's powerful attack. His own body directly relied on his own huge chakra and the unpredictable power of Senjutsu Chakra to rush into the enemy's formation to rescue his father, who was besieged. Hey, Naruto boy, hurry up and save your father. Although I can barely hold on here, we must not consume too much energy. From the mouth of the Demon Fox incarnation above the Ninja Allied Forces, Naruto's arrogant and low voice came out directly. At this moment, the Demon Fox incarnation was actually controlled by Kyuubi's consciousness. As the strongest existence among the nine-tailed beasts, Kurama's time in Jubi's body was relatively short, and his strength was the fastest to recover. At this moment, Kurama was able to use his ability to help Naruto fight. Chapter 762. Hearing Kurama's shout, Uzumaki Naruto, who was in the middle of the Blood Cloak Pavilion's attack, also felt the pressure. He didn't enter such an attack. He couldn't understand how terrible it was just by looking at it with his eyes. However, when Naruto directly entered the Water-Fire Duality Battle Formation, formed by the Azure Altar and the Scarlet Flame Altar of the Bloodcloth Pavilion, he felt the two forces of water and fire raging in his body. Even Naruto's body, which had been transformed by the power of 6 paths of Yang, felt great discomfort. Naruto looked back at his father, who was standing behind him and seemed to have fallen into a state of madness. He was constantly fighting against the two altar lords of the Blood Cloak Pavilion, Bishui and Akaji. The two forces of water and fire invaded his body again and again, but he still kept attacking. Naruto's eyes flashed with a trace of admiration. Although Naruto had powerful strength, his father was still far superior to him in terms of temperament and will. It seemed that he had to be ruthless. Now Naruto was very clear that once a large amount of water and fire energy accumulated in his body would involuntarily be entangled by the Water-Fire Duality Battle Formation formed by the Azure Altar and the Scarlet Flame Altar. There was no chance for him to escape. Therefore, he must immediately use thunderous means to break the Water-Fire Duality Battle Formation before he was completely trapped in it. Only in this way could he have a chance to take his father away safely. Although Naruto did not have much tailed beast chakra in his body at the moment, the amount of chakra in his body was extremely large. A large number of chakra gathered in his palm under the control of Naruto. His body tensed up. It was obvious that he was going to rely on his physical strength to fight the Azure Altar and the Scarlet Flame Altar of the Bloodcloth Pavilion directly. Immortal Art, Frog Gauntlet. Although Frog Gauntlet was only a sea-level ninjutsu, its power and range of application far exceeded the limit of ordinary sea-level ninjutsu. When Naruto instilled a large amount of chakra in his palm, the power of Frog Gauntlet skyrocketed. Naruto's Sage Mode and Bijou Mode superimposed together to form an X-shaped eye. Although it's not as good as the Byakugan and Sharingan, which are Kekkei Jinkai from the bloodline, its ability to capture the dynamic world and its perception is far beyond ordinary eyes. Soon, with the help of his dynamic vision, Naruto had basically figured out the operation mode of the Water-Fire Duality Battle Formation. As a battle formation, the Water-Fire Duality Battle Formation itself was not that complicated. After all, the power of hundreds of internal force practitioners was gathered in one body. Such an existence did not need to use so many methods to confuse the opponent. This kind of battle formation was also a battle formation that exerted the offensive power of water and fire to the extreme. It could be regarded as a disguised form of attack instead of defense. It did not have much defensive ability. Naruto clenched his right fist and placed it on his waist. Although there was no obvious movement of accumulating power, he concentrated his power into his fist at his waist at the moment, ready to strike at any time. Seeing the operation of the battle formation, Naruto immediately punched out with his fist that had been accumulating power for a long time. At this moment, because of the operation of the battle formation, Akame Yin, who had the most outstanding offensive ability in the battle formation, appeared right in front of Naruto. As a person who had been immersed in battle for many years, Akame Yin had already seen through Naruto's fist technique when he was accumulating power. Therefore, when Naruto punched him, Akame Yin did not panic at all. Instead, he directly jumped up and distanced himself from Naruto. Just when Akame Yin thought that he had dodged Naruto's attack and was about to attack Naruto, who had not yet recovered from the attack, a fist mark suddenly appeared on Akame Yin's abdomen. For some reason, Akame Yin, who was hit by the huge fist force, took a few steps back. Not only did Akame Yin suffer a certain injury, but more importantly, because of Akame Yin's sudden retreat, there were some flaws in the Water-Fire Yin-Yang battle formation. Seeing the flaws in the battle formation, Naruto directly came to his father's side and released his aura so that Windstorm Watergate, who was in an instinctive state, would not react to his approach. Then he directly took his father's hand and led him towards the flaws in the Water-Fire Yin-Yang battle formation. Those who stop me will die. Looking at the disciples of the Blood Cloak Pavilion in front of him, Naruto showed the huge power contained in his body, trying to deter the disciples of the Blood Cloak Pavilion in this way and reduce his consumption as much as possible. After seeing the huge aura erupting from Naruto's body, many of the disciples of the Blood Cloak Pavilion instinctively took a few steps back. However, after retreating, the disciples of the Blood Cloak Pavilion directly rushed towards Naruto's position again without fear of death. Now that the internal force cultivators and ninjas had fallen out, once they lost this battle and failed to save Nangong's life, the Blood Cloak Pavilion would be like a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Dying early or dying late would be a dead end. In this case, it was better to fight desperately now, and maybe there would be more changes. Seeing the disciples of the Blood Cloak Pavilion rushing towards him again after being deterred by his aura, Naruto did not hesitate at all. Although he only used one hand, he gave full play to his immortal method Frog Hand. Under Naruto's control, the natural energy condensed into invisible fists and palms, attacking the disciples of the Blood Cloak Pavilion. However, Naruto obviously did not kill them. After the fists and palms came into contact with the disciples of the Bloodcloak Pavilion, they immediately invaded the disciples' bodies and sealed their meridians, making it impossible for them to exert their strength. They could only fall to the ground powerlessly. Then, they tried to break through the attack formation inside the Bloodcloak Pavilion with their father. Under Naruto's constant attacks, the formation became shaky, and the disciples of the Bloodcloak Pavilion had to divert their attention to protect Xianxia, who was also in a coma inside the formation. This undoubtedly limited the strength of the disciples of the Bloodcloak Pavilion. First, there was the threat of Naruto breaking through the formation, and now there was the need to protect Xianxia. The disciples of the Bloodcloak Pavilion were quite stretched for a while. Chapter 763. In the end, even though the disciples of the Bloodcloak Pavilion fought with all their might, they still had to defend against Naruto's attack and ensure the safety of Xianxia at the same time. They couldn't continue to control both Feng and Watergate in the formation. Naruto's Otama Rasengan directly bombarded a disciple of the Bloodcloak Pavilion. Several disciples of the Bloodcloak Pavilion were also sent flying by the Otama Rasengan. Naruto's huge power directly blasted a big hole in the formation set up by the Bloodcloak Pavilion. Naruto took both Feng and Watergate and used Body Flicker to escape from the hole in the formation. Damn it! Chase after them. We can't let them escape. Otherwise, all the sacrifices we made will be for naught. Seeing Naruto and Watergate rush out of the formation, Chien, who was one of the masters of the defensive formation and had his meridians sealed by Naruto's attack, immediately issued an order to the disciples of the Scarlet Flame altar under his command. After seeing Chi Yan's angry order to the disciples of the Scarlet Flame altar, Bisui immediately came to Chi Yan's side and said to the Scarlet Flame altar's messenger, "All right, your altar master is currently in a rage and can't make a rational decision. Don't be in such a hurry to carry out the order. Wait for me to have a good discussion with your altar master before taking action. Understand?" As the altar master of the Clearwater altar, Bisui couldn't directly give orders to the disciples of the Scarlet Flame altar. However, as a disciple of the Scarlet Flame altar, the messenger naturally understood his altar master's character very well. Scarlet Flame had done a lot of impulsive things due to his anger. Although Scarlet Flame had become a little better under Xianxia's guidance, a leopard couldn't change its spots. Scarlet Flame's nature couldn't be changed. Now that the altar master of the Jade Water altar was standing in front of Scarlet Flame didn't need to pass on the order given by the angry Scarlet Flame. As a messenger disciple, Scarlet Flame was relieved. However, this messenger disciple was still a disciple of the Scarlet Flame altar. Although he didn't think that his altar lord's orders were worth carrying out, he still had to wait for his altar lord's orders. Therefore, this messenger disciple stood beside Scarlet Flame and Bai Shui and didn't dare to move. Seeing that his disciple didn't carry out his order at this moment, Qian's anger became even more violent. His internal strength was agitated due to the fluctuation of his emotions. His red hair swayed like flames due to the agitation of his internal strength. It constantly showed that Qian's emotions were unstable. Bisui, what do you mean by this? Although you and I are both 5 elements altar masters and have the same rank, you don't have the right to command my disciples. Hearing Qi Yan's merciless reprimand, Bisui didn't get angry like Qi Yan. Instead, she looked at Qi Yan calmly like a clear spring. After enduring Bishui's gaze for a while, Qi Yan couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. The Bisui altar was in charge of assassination and intelligence work in the Bloodcloak Pavilion. As the altar master of the Bisui altar, Bisui could be said to be the person who knew the most secrets in the Bloodcloak Pavilion. Although Bai Shui looked like a gentlewoman on the outside, as one of the 5 elemental altar lords, Scarlet Flame knew how hard Bai Shui's heart was. Now that Bai Shui was looking at him with a calm gaze, it was as if she was looking at a toy, cold and emotionless. Scarlet Flame immediately understood that he had angered Bai Shui. However, as the altar master of the Scarlet Flame altar, Qi Yin couldn't lose face in front of his disciple. Therefore, he could only endure the chill in his heart and continue to stare at Bishui. Seeing Qi Yin trying to show off in front of her, Bishui's originally angry mood slowly calmed down. After all, they had worked together for many years. Bai Shui was also very clear about Scarlet Flame's bad temper. Bickering with such a boorish man over such trivial matters would make her seem a little too petty, right? Now, what we should be worried about is whether or not we have directly left the life of the fourth fire shadow, Bo Feng, Watergate here. I think you should be very clear about what we should be worried about. Qi Yin. After saying that, Bishui glanced in the direction of Nangongzhe. Bai Shui's glance also caused Scarlet Flame's stubborn personality to turn around. Scarlet Flame was originally a reckless man, and he didn't have much scheming in his heart. When Nangongzhe, an outsider, first came to the Bloodcloth Pavilion to take over the position of head, Qi Yin was also used as a tool by Rui Jin. However, when Nangongzhe used his own strength to save the Bloodcloth Pavilion from danger, Qi Yin also directly gave his loyalty to Nangongzhe. Now that Nangongzhe was in danger, although Qi Yin was very angry, he was still one of the 5 elements altar masters of the Bloodcloth Pavilion. Qi Yin had to be responsible for his identity. Therefore, after Qi Yin understood Bishui's meaning, the anger in his heart was forcibly suppressed by Qi Yin. The internal strength in his body no longer surged, and Qi Yin's red hair also returned to normal. Seeing that his altar master had regained his composure, the Scarlet Flame altar's disciple, who was the messenger disciple, also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he had disobeyed his altar master to a certain extent. If his altar master didn't calm down because of Bishui's words, he would be doomed. Pass down my order. After glancing at the Scarlet Flame altar's messenger disciple who was stopped by Bishui, Qi Yin dispelled all the anger in his heart and calmly said to him, "All Scarlet Flame altar's disciples will now join the outer defensive formation and help the Deep Earth Altar Master resist the enemy's attack. Then, divide a group of people to protect the head as he enters the center of the formation. They have the right to protect our head. Also, pass down the order to all disciples that our head is not dead. Although he has some injuries, he is already under the control of the Greenwood Altar Master. As long as the head wakes up, he will be able to recover immediately. Let all Bloodcloth Pavilion's disciples know that we, who are usually protected by the head, will use our own blood to repay the head for protecting and helping the Bloodcloth Pavilion." Chapter 764. Suddenly, Akame Yan's order about Nangongzhe's situation wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. Otherwise, as the Altar Lord of Aquamarine Altar would have killed this disciple on the spot to prevent the news from spreading. The reason why several Altar Lords wanted to keep the news that Nangongzhe still had a chance to survive was for 2 reasons. First, they couldn't let the ninja allied forces know that Nangongzhe could still be saved. Otherwise, the ninja allied forces would launch an all-out attack on the Blood Road Pavilion and kill Nangongzhe completely. The second reason was that they hoped to use the fact that Nangongzhe couldn't be saved to arouse the anger in the hearts of the Blood Road Pavilion disciples, forming a desperate army to fight against the ninja allied forces and gain an advantage. But now, because the battle formation was broken, the pressure exerted on the Blood Road Pavilion disciples was even greater. Originally, they still had some effect, but now they might be defeated directly. Therefore, as the 5 elements Altar Lord whose authority in the Bloodcloth Pavilion is second only to Nangongzhe, Akame directly used his own identity and the name of the 4-5 elements Altar Lords to directly tell all the disciples of the Bloodcloth Pavilion that Nangongzhe still has a chance to live. He hopes that this way, he can reignite the fighting spirit of many disciples of the Bloodcloth Pavilion so that they can work harder to fight against the ninjas of the ninja allied forces. One of the important reasons why Aquamarine didn't stop Xianxia from issuing the order was that at this moment, the huge protective shield supported by the Demon Fox incarnation inside the ninja allied forces had been directly broken by the powerful power of the Susanoo controlled by Sasuke. In the face of a large-scale attack, once there's a loophole in the defense, then the so-called defense is nothing more than a castle in the air. It is meaningless at all. A large amount of lightning directly invaded the protected ninja allied forces through the loophole, and some of the lightning penetrated the defensive shield and directly invaded the body of the Demon Fox incarnation along the defensive shield. Although Kurama himself is an existence composed of pure fire attribute energy, the prejudice and anger accumulated in his heart towards all living beings has reached the extreme after being in the ninja world for so many years. The so-called appearance is born from the heart, and his own existence will also change due to changes in his mentality. Therefore, the prejudice and malice in Kurama's body also affected the attributes of Nine Tails at this moment. The pure fire attribute was also mixed with a bit of evil. The lightning itself has an extremely strong restraining effect on evil. The purple lightning directly mixed with Kirin and invaded Kurama's body. It also constantly attacked Kurama's body, making him unable to concentrate his will to control the defensive shield, and then more lightning invaded the inside of the shield and Kirin's body, Kurama's body's body, forming a vicious cycle. At this moment, the ninjas of the ninja allied forces inside the defensive shield were actually suffering heavy casualties. Except for the 6 Kage-tier ninjas who could barely protect themselves from such an attack, most of the ninjas were more or less injured. Some of the ninjas were directly turned into charcoal under the attack of the lightning. The ninjas of the ninja allied forces suffered a large number of casualties, and their combat power was extremely reduced. They were even slightly weaker than the Bloodcloth Pavilion. So why didn't the Bloodcloth Pavilion take advantage of such an opportunity to directly boost the morale of the entire Bloodcloth Pavilion? Let the ninja allied forces suffer greater losses, and buy more time for Nangong to recover? Soon, Akame's order was directly passed to the ears of every Bloodcloth Pavilion disciple through the disciples at all levels. When every Bloodcloth Pavilion disciple heard that their leader Nangong Zhou was still alive, their hearts were full of excitement. After all, Nangong Zhou had repeatedly used his actions to tell the disciples of the Bloodcloth Pavilion that he was the one who could truly lead the Bloodcloth Pavilion to the peak. When the disciples of the Bloodcloth Pavilion knew that their leader, who was like a guiding light, still had a glimmer of hope, it was tantamount to floating in a torrent. Suddenly, a life-saving straw appeared in front of them, and all they could do was to hold this big straw tightly and tell themselves that this straw could definitely save their lives. For the leader, for the Bloodcloth Pavilion, for the future of internal strength, cultivators. As the most bold and unrestrained person among the 5 elements altar masters, and the one who was best at stirring up the atmosphere at this moment, Akame directly held his great blade to a relatively high place, and used his internal strength to support his throat so that he could make a louder voice, and shouted these 3 sentences to everyone in the Bloodcloth Pavilion. Then, he immediately took the lead and directly jumped into the battle. Fight! 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 Every Bloodcloth Pavilion disciple began to silently roar in their hearts, because there was only one thing they could do at this moment: fight. They had to fight desperately, throw all their uneasiness to the back of their minds, and fight with all their might for the future they had hoped for. If they lost their arms, they would use their teeth to bite. If they lost their legs, they would use their bodies to move forward. If they lost their heads, they would leave their fighting spirit here for everyone to see. The brave, the chi. Where the chi was, so was the strength. Where the heart was, so was the chi. Therefore, Guin was brave and encouraged by the heart. Now, the disciples of the Blood Garment Pavilion were all holding their breaths in their hearts. This breath was like a ball of fire that was contained in the hearts of every Blood Cloak Pavilion disciple, constantly urging every Blood Cloak Pavilion disciple to unleash their full power. Ignite the fire in my heart, burn my enemy, At this moment, the Bloodcloth Pavilion disciples gathered together again and directly surrounded Nangong, who was almost like a spiritual sustenance in the center of the battle formation. Although the 3-5 elements altar masters, Bai Shui, Akame, and Ho Tu, were more or less injured at this moment, they still tried their best to command the Bloodcloth Pavilion disciples present to fight against the Ninja Coalition army and to buy time for Nangong to wake up. Even if every minute and every second was fought for through the blood of their own people, no one had the slightest fear in their hearts. Living was not only about maintaining the vitality of one's body, but more people chose to live through death. Chapter 765. The battle between the ninja allied forces and the Bloodcloak Pavilion had entered a white-hot stage at this moment, because Naruto and Sasuke, the two super powerhouses who had fully recovered their strength, directly joined the battlefield, bringing many new changes to the battlefield. The most obvious change was that the ninja allied forces and the Bloodcloak Pavilion had some problems on both sides. Because of Naruto's rescue, Namake's Watergate, who was controlled by the Bloodcloak Pavilion, was also brought back to the Ninja Allied Forces camp. The Ninja Allied Forces themselves had suffered great casualties because of Uchiha and Sasuke's powerful attack, and their combat power was greatly reduced. However, under the joint attack of the Scarlet Flame Altar and Aquamarine Altar of the Bloodcloak Pavilion, the fourth Hokage, Namake's Watergate himself, after being brought to a relatively safe place by Naruto, immediately couldn't tighten his nerves and directly fainted. After all, Namake's Watergate's identity was different from the average ninja. To a certain extent, he represented the existence of the Wood Leaf. As one of the Wood Leaf ninjas, Tsunade, who was the most skilled healer in the ninja allied forces and was also one of the Sannin, had to leave the battle circle and come to Namake's Watergate's side to help him stabilize the situation. Nangong and Namake's Watergate, the two people who were the representatives of the Bloodcloak Pavilion and the Ninja Allied Forces to attack each other at the beginning, now both of them fell into a coma. It could be regarded as another kind of fate, right? However, Watergate's situation was still slightly better than Nangong's. After all, Watergate's physical and spiritual power were overdrawn too severely. As long as he received reasonable treatment, there would be no root cause of the disease. On the contrary, Nangong's fainting at the moment was not because of the problem of consumption, but because of the problem of his kendo will. The Book of Martial Arts said, "Sword, double-edged body, straight head, can hurt people horizontally and vertically, piercing through armor." It was extremely dangerous and was born to kill. As a double-edged weapon, the sword was more versatile than some single-edged weapons when it was used subtly, but once it was used incorrectly, it would hurt the user before hurting the enemy. Although it seemed that Nangong had a ninja career for a period of time, unlike those ninjas who were good at carrying out assassinations, or even some missions that went against the natural order, most of Nangong's missions were head-on games on the battlefield or confrontations with the strong. Although he was in a ninja world where people would do anything to achieve their goals, Nangong still carefully protected his heart. Almost every time he carried out a mission, he would go home and meditate for a period of time so that his heart would not be shrouded by the filth of the outside world. Because Nangong knew better than anyone that once his heart became impure, then how could his sword skills be exquisite? But this time, for his own plan, for the development of the Bloodcloak Pavilion, and for the future of countless internal force practitioners, Nangong personally crossed the bottom line that he had set for himself and began to use some underhanded moves to fight for his own interests. Perhaps many people would say that every man for himself and the devil takes the hindmost. In order to fight for enough benefits for oneself, so what if it crossed one's bottom line slightly? In any case, the bottom line could always be lowered again and again. If there was really a day when it could no longer be lowered, then it would be better to just give up on such a useless thing. But as a warrior and as a swordsman, often what was useless in the eyes of others was a rule that he had to abide by. This rule was the scabbard that bound his sharp sword. Once the scabbard was broken, a long sword without a scabbard and a swordsman without restrictions would lose its own spirituality and could only become a simple killing tool. It was precisely because of this that Nangongzhi fell into a coma due to his sword-heart agitation. All of this was because Nangongzhi instinctively restrained himself. Otherwise, how could a few words from Watergate have the power to directly push Nangongzhi into a coma? In fact, Nangongzhi's consciousness did not disappear at this moment. On the contrary, he was very clear-headed, relying on his powerful mental strength. Nangongzhi could almost see the entire situation on the battlefield with his eyes. Nangongzhi saw the bloody battle of the thick earth altar, the exquisite cooperation of the scarlet flame altar and the clear water altar, and the acute gold altar and the greenwood altar moving around in all directions. However, these delightful situations still couldn't hide the fact that the disciples of the Bloodcloth Pavilion had suffered heavy losses at this moment. According to Nangongzhi's original plan, when the two sides exhausted to a certain extent, Nangongzhi would directly take many disciples of the Bloodcloth Pavilion and directly retreat to the Lion Clan's different space, and use the Lion Clan's different space as a springboard to return to the headquarters of the Bloodcloth Pavilion. After that, Nangongzhi would directly command the small countries under his control to directly form the Small Countries Alliance and declare war on the 5 major countries in the name of their country. Because most of the powerful ninjas of the 5 major countries were transferred away by the Ninja Allied Forces, and the political leaders of the 5 major countries were also protected in a secret place by the Ninja Allied Forces at this moment, there was no way for them to return to their own countries. At this moment, the ninjas of the Bloodcloth Pavilion were constantly attacking, and the miscellaneous troops of the small countries were taking over the cities captured by the Bloodcloth Pavilion. They wanted to capture the land of wind and the land of earth as quickly as possible and directly control half of the shinobi world. However, such a plan directly fell into a quagmire at this moment because of Nangongzhi's accidental coma. Even now, even if Nangongzhi could really wake up immediately and perhaps change such a war with his own strength, it would be difficult to carry out the final plan of swallowing the 2 countries and dividing the world. At this moment, Nangongzhi was not only restraining himself because his behavior violated the bottom line that he set for himself, but also because of his excessive trust in himself and his obstinance, which caused the disciples of the Bloodcloth Pavilion to suffer heavy losses. Even now, in order to protect himself, he had to confront the Ninja Allied Forces head-on, which was constantly expanding the damage. Strong sadness and self-blame shrouded Nangongzhi's heart. Even Nangongzhi's body, which could no longer be controlled, slightly frowned because of such emotions. Seeing that Nangongzhi actually had a javelin transformation, Aoki, who had been staying beside Nangongzhi and constantly injecting internal energy into Nangongzhi's body, suddenly showed a trace of joy. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.